Good morning. During the declared emergency in the City of Toronto, Committee of Adjustment virtual public hearings are being conducted by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. These measures are necessary to comply with physical distancing requirements and a provincial order that limits attendance at public gatherings. This will be a virtual public hearing, and participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx, an online event that is being moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may do so by watching on YouTube. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting either by their computer, a phone or tablet app, or by telephone. All participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. When only the committee members will be participating by video. Any registered participants will be participating by audio only. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure you include your name, address, and email address, because Committee of Adjustment and the TLAB will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with our decision, it may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Today, I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. When an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant will proceed with their presentation if required. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. When addressing the committee, please state your name and address and confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will present the application to the committee first. Please note, the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. If the application is substantially revised, the committee may decide to defer it to ensure the revised application is accurate and all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then, individuals in support of or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all other speakers are finished, the applicant agent has an opportunity to rebut issues raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Do we need a motion to confirm the minutes of the last meeting? Because we're having 2 meetings
That's
today.
right. There are no minutes to be confirmed at today's hearing,
Right,
Mr. Chair.
thank you. Are there any declarations of interest of panel or staff for items in the morning time slot? Yes, Yim? Yim, you're muted, Yim.
I can hear you very well. You have a lot of echoes and wobbling. Whether the other people have the same problem, a similar problem.
Did anybody else have problem hearing me?
Yeah, Don, I think we're all struggling. Everyone in that committee room sounds a little bit muffled.
Okay, is this any better?
Yep.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
Okay.
Much better.
All right, any declarations of interest? Okay. Any deferral requests, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer?
No, there are none.
All right, thank you. Any files to be closed?
No files to be closed.
Okay. We will therefore get started. Number 1, 39 River Street. The purpose of this application is to demolish the existing 2-story detached dwelling and construct a 4-story apartment building, stacked townhouse development with a total of 10 residential units and rooftop terraces. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have a correspondence from transportation. We have presentation material from the agent and opposition from 36 and 60 Raffix Lane and 61 River Street. I dealt with the supplementary package. Okay, so the agent, Robin McKenna, please.
Hi, I'm Rob McKenna, representing our client at 39 River from Studio JCI, the architects.
Your address, sir?
My address is 329 St. Clarence Avenue, Toronto, Ontario.
All right, thank you. Okay, so perhaps there's somebody of interest. I don't know whether that's opposition or not, but perhaps you could just give us a very brief presentation.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I couldn't quite hear you.
All right. There's someone in interest to speak after you, so I thought we would need a very brief presentation from you.
Sure. I'll keep it as simple as I possibly can, and I can address those 4 comments as well too. So this is essentially it's. May I continue or?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So 39 River, we are actually the architects for 41 River as well. So we've done that project. It's actually been quite popular. So that would be the property just to the north. So if you go to the second page, the building that we're sort of nestled into is actually 41 River, and that's a little bit more of a typical mixed-use project with elevators. Our site obviously is next to it. We've tried to play to a lot of the design to that. So we've kept things to the same setbacks. But of course, this particular building is a little bit of a smaller construction. So it's 10 units, all of them loft, sort of unique style rental units, all purpose-built rentals. It is in the TGS. It is going to be a fairly green building. And just to be good neighbors, we've kept it to an even smaller massing than what's already been permitted, but we've also widened the laneway. In terms of the process, we're actually in we're in our second round of SPA, so this is what the major changes are. So we've widened the laneway, we've added a walkway to connect the back to the front, so the neighborhood would actually have more access. But so it's a mixed. It is a missing middle project. It is under planning support, so the staff are very happy with this development. And obviously the variances are quite small, and I'll get into that in just a second. But essentially what we've tried to do is to build a massing that complements what we've already done on the site. Something that also in terms of our planning, like the waste refuse area is actually tucked behind the building, completely away from everything else. So in terms of how we've actually located and planned this building, we've tried to be as thoughtful to the neighborhood as much as possible, including trees and other things. In terms of the variances, There are 6 variances that we're asking for. 2 of them are about FSI. So just a simple example, the actual site itself for 41 River, we had very close to 4 FSI, but we're asking for 2.5 FSI or 2.57. And then just like River, we're keeping it all as residential. So that's what the second variance is about. So obviously, what 41 River has been permitted is significantly more than what we're asking for on this site. I'll jump past the third one because that's a little bit more important. The number 4, 5, and 6 are essentially the height of the ground floor, because typically the thought is to have commercial at grade, but this is residential, and it's very similar to what we've done at 41 River as well, what was permitted. So we've asked for less height there for the ground floor because it is residential. And then there needs to be a front, number 5 is a front yard setback, which is 1.85 when it's supposed to be 4.5. Again, this is a very similar variance to what 41 River has. And then of course the rear yard setback is 7.5. Now, of course, in this case, just like with 41 River Street just to the north, there is a laneway at the back. So 7.5 isn't to a residential property, or 2.56 isn't to a residential property. We're actually further than 7.5 to the back. So in terms of setbacks, we actually have very similar variances because again, we've tried to, in one sense, complete 41 River with like a smaller massing that works with it. But of course, it is a Part 9 project. It's a simpler construction. It's a much quieter construction. It's cleaner. Going to the variance number 3 that I hopped over, that's the only one to really comment on, is that we've asked for no parking on the site. So with bike lanes, with TGS requirements, and the city also in talks of actually trying to get rid of minimum requirements on places that actually have quite good access to transit. We are marketing this as a project to a car-free lifestyle. So to the north and to the south, we've got streetcars. The streetcar to the south would actually eventually have a very short road to the Ontario line. We have very close car share locations, bike share locations, and all these other things. And we've obviously, because this is an SPA project, we've gone through the whole process of having traffic impact studies and everything as well. And one of the strengths of this site is that they've actually turned some of the parking along River Street into bike laneways. So we've provided 2 short-term bike parking at the front, and each unit has, it doesn't meet the specific requirements of the bylaw, but it certainly is a bike parking space within each of the units themselves. And we're also providing as TDM measures for each of the units, you would actually have a Presto card. And whenever someone moves into the building, they would get a 1-year subscription to the bike share program. So obviously, we've gone through the whole process of calculating things like 377 Broadview only had 1 space. It was a larger development. They had 11 units and 3 commercial units and only 1 parking space. But certainly this is in line with what the city is going for and reducing carbon emissions and all these other things that are very important just for the future of the city. So on that end, like we've spent a fair amount of time, obviously, with the city going backwards and forwards on this, but we haven't had any issues at all with the reduction to parking. I can very quickly jump into
Mr. McKenna, your time is up, so perhaps you could just wrap up.
Sure. So I'll do it very quickly. So number 1 is about crane swings, tiebacks, easements, and access. Our site is very disconnected from, like, there's only a little bit at the back that we're connected to that laneway. There aren't going to be cranes. There won't be tiebacks.
All right,
shallow foundation.
Mr. McKenna, those issues raised by someone in an opposition letter are not within our mandate. So
Sure.
those are all construction issues that have to be dealt with by the building department, not by us. So I don't think it's necessary for you to address them.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have any questions? Yes, Yim?
So just a very simple question. I think variance number 4, I believe it's just a technical variance, right? You have a sort of a stacked townhouse, probably just a split level, making the entrance like 2.1.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and they're two-story units too, so it's, you would come in on that level, and then you would either go up, you would go down to the living room, then you would go up to the bedroom. So they're sort of a unique style, but it is a technical because it's not commercial. It's residential.
yeah, and also it's not, the entrance is 2.1, right? As you say, the entire unit's got really nice, well, at least standard headrooms.
Yeah, you'll have 9-foot ceilings on the lower level, and you'll have 8-foot ceilings on the upper level.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
All right, Carl?
Mr. McKenna, the only question I have is with the top-level decks and the potential privacy problem with the properties to the south. Two questions. Would you like to comment on that? And have any of the homeowners south of the site been in touch with you? The terraces are a fair bit up, and they're set back a bit from the, no, they're not. They're flush with the edge of the wall. I'm just a little worried that there might be concerns with privacy from those terraces. There's 5 of them.
There's 5. We do have the stairs which sort of block some of the views. Certainly, like you would be seeing to the south, we do have like a raised parapet, and the projected windows are beyond that. So it's not completely right up against the edge, because you would actually have the roofs of those projections sticking out. And you can sort of see it in a thinner line at the bottom there. And then of course some of it is actually green roof itself. So, I mean, certainly we'd be happy to have like a taller guard if that was necessary or wanted. But there are terraces on the property to the north as well. And also future development for this would be very similar to our development, but more likely 41 River along Queen Street. At the rear too, like we have like a raised parapet too. But again, like we'd be happy to add some extra screens at the top there if there was an issue.
The normal height that is requested in the city is 1.5 meters. Would that create a problem for you?
No, and if it was an issue, certainly we can add a guard to raise it up a little bit further, like just architecturally. So that'd be an extra 400 millimeters. So I don't think it's an issue.
Have any of the property owners to the south been in touch with you about privacy issues?
No, we haven't had any conversation with anyone. It was just very recently that the objection came in, but it was more about parking and construction noise from the north.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Ron Selwood?
Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm listening here. I can not hear very well at all. So I'm just listening and seeing what where the situation is right at the
All
moment.
right, so Mr.
we're
Selwood,
just,
Mr. Selwood, can you hear me?
I can hear you barely.
Well, I got 2 microphones. Maybe I need another one. Can you hear me now?
Well, I'm not hearing you any better. I can hear what you're saying, but it's muffled and it comes in and out, but I can hear what you're saying, yes.
All right, so we need your name and your address before you make any comments, please.
My name is Ron Selwood. I live at 14 Old Primrose Lane, which is about 75 feet from this development.
Okay, do you have any objections to this development, or were you just listening in to hear what went on?
Well, if that was a question, I really couldn't hear it.
Do you have any concerns about this project, or are you just listening in to find out what was happening?
Well, a few things. How long is it going to take to do this? We've been in construction for about 2 years here
right.
with the other 41 River
Mr. Selwood,
development, which involved a lot of
Mr. Selwood,
trucks and vehicles coming and going, and often blocking our access in or out.
All right, Mr. Selwood.
So that's one concern. The parking is a real concern because there's no parking around here, and to not have any parking and just basically say there's bike lanes, how does that work for December, January, February? I'm 70 years old. I'm not going out on my bike in February, and I don't think a lot of people are. However, you'll likely get around that, and I figure this will likely be approved no matter what the objections are going to be. So I'm more or less listening just to hear where this is going. But you know, just so much construction, the traffic on River Street at the moment between 3 and 6 is absolutely, it's just bumper to bumper, and Shooter is its own problem.
All right.
I don't know. That's basically my overall comments on it. I don't have any major objection. I think it's going to be going ahead regardless, but anyway,
right.
carry on. I'll just listen to what you have to say.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Mr. McKenna, do you have any comments about the no parking?
I mean, just like I had mentioned before too, is that this is, like one of the things that's also part of the requirements is that we're not permitted to actually give out permits to this particular development for parking as well. So in terms of actually adding traffic, there wouldn't be trips added to this project because the actual residents themselves would have to use like car share and public transit. It's also just to mention, we're not looking at 2 bedrooms or families living here. We're looking at like their 1 bedrooms and studios. So it's, the intention is to sell it to, you know, young people working in the city, not people with cars.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yim?
Okay, yes, you just mentioned a car share space. Is it part of the development, or there's some car share that is public and they just use them?
No, so in terms of the area, there's actually several different car shares that are available within very short walking distances. So Zipcar, like and a few others that are actually quite close, as well as bike share, because just down the street at Queen and River, there's also like a bike share that's available as well too. So it's actually a very well supported area with all these other types of alternative transportation.
And currently on River Street, there's no parking allowed anyway, right? There's no.
I believe that there's some parking, but it's the bike lanes that reduce that. So, but we wouldn't actually, our site wouldn't actually take advantage of the parking there, because like I said, we're actually, this particular site couldn't actually get permits. And that's something that actually has to be told to the tenants in the whole process there too.
Oh, I see. They're not allowed to apply for street parking.
Yeah,
Is it
yeah.
one of the conditions? Okay, well, I didn't know that. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Panel, do you have any comments, or do somebody have a motion?
Chair,
Yes,
maybe
sir.
I'll just start. A couple observations. First of all, I wanted to acknowledge Mr. McKenna's presentation. I thought it was an excellent presentation, which gave us great detail on the proposed development. I think this is a commendable application. It's stacked towns. It's going to bring a number of rental units or ownership units into this area. I note that the surrounding area already has a number of townhouses, and it's fairly well established that the density that they're asking for would fit in quite nicely. I think it's close to downtown, it's walkable, it's close to transit, it's exactly the sort of general density we should be trying to support. And I thought the architectural design was quite good. I take, Carl's makes a really good point, because I think there is an overlook issue into the backyards of the adjacent residential properties, and I think if the applicant isn't averse to screening, I think we should attach a condition for screening at the upper, they are quite high, so I think we should have screening for the rooftop terrace. So if no one has any other comments or any thoughts, I thought I'd just move approval of this application, and I don't believe there are any conditions with the exception of the screening on the upper deck.
All right, Yim, did you
Yes,
have a comment?
I will second it, and I'd like to just add a comment. And I do think this is a very good planning, because as it is, actually it doesn't fit the context because of the on the north development. It's actually filled nicely urban corner, and I think that also increasing the residential, which is the whole fact. It's got a lot of residential townhouses. I think it really fit the context, and I will second that. But I'm not too. I don't To me, I'm not too concerned about the privacies because I don't believe it's the height and all of the little setback. If no one complains, it's okay with me, but if you want to impose that, I'm okay too.
Okay, all in favor? All right, you have your approval, sir, thank you.
Just to confirm that screening on this west, south, and east sides?
Larry? West, south, and east side for screening?
Yeah, I don't know which the direction is, but the ones that are facing the, I think it's the south, the residences
correct.
to the south.
It's the south.
So just the south or east and
Yeah,
west?
I think the south is fine.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. So was there some way we can fix the sound? I don't want to run a meeting.
Yeah, Don, I think just to, you're still a little bit muffled. I think we're having a difficulty hearing you, and I suspect the people on the line are as well.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to, I mean, I'm hoping we can fix it. Not me, but our good technicians here. Okay, panel, can you hear me? And is the sound any better than it was?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, we're gonna move on to number 2, 52 Avenal Drive. The purpose of this application is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with an integral single-car garage, a rear walkout basement, a 3rd-story rooftop terrace, and an in-ground swimming pool. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, correspondence from Transportation Services and Urban Forestries, 8 form letters in support, as well as presentation material from the agent. Mina Alkozai.
Present, yes.
All right, could we have your name and your address, please?
Of course. Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Mina Alkozai from Eisen Architecture. My address is 91 Tycos Drive, Unit 203, and I am the agent for the applicant.
Okay, so you have quite a few variances. Perhaps you could give us a very brief presentation?
For sure. I submitted a presentation package to the city, and if I can ask staff to pull that up onto the screen, I will walk you through this proposal.
Okay,
So today we are seeking 9 variances to the bylaws for a new building. Before going through these variances, I would like to note that urban forestry, transportation, and city planning have no objections to our proposals. I am also aware of urban forestry's recommendation to impose standard condition number 2, and these conditions are acceptable should the application be approved today. I would also like to note that the clients have spent a considerable amount of time communicating with their neighbors and addressing any questions or concerns. As a result, we have several letters of support on file and no opposition. The variances before you today are a result of a very collaborative process with city planning. We have undergone several revisions to the proposal over time to ensure all variances we are seeking satisfy all requirements of interested parties. Some of the variances are actually very straightforward, but there are a few I would like to focus on in this presentation. Next slide, please. Variances 1 and 9 are for the side setbacks. Oh, next slide. Okay. If staff can go to the next slide, that'd be great. So variances 1 and 9 are for the side setbacks. We are proposing 0.93 meters on the east side, which is a number very typical of the neighborhood, and being very mindful of the existing site conditions, the smaller setback of 0.3 meters has been applied to the west side of the house. On this side, the side yard lot line is actually the rear lot line of the adjacent houses which face Glen Cedar Road, as you can see on your screen. We have the support of all immediate neighbors at 50 AVENAL Drive, 151 and 155 Glen Cedar Road. Next slide, please. As well, the setback variances, again, are very much in keeping with the other setbacks throughout the neighborhood, including some of the old homes and some of the newly approved homes. Next slide. Thank you. Variances 2 and 3 are referring to the building length and depth for the house. As you can see, the length and depth are calculated to include the excavated basement, which is at the rear of the house. The above ground building length for the proposal is actually only 19.18 meters, and this is only on the east side of the house on the ground floor. The second floor building length is actually reduced even further for a building length of 17.59 meters. And if staff can go to slide 8, we can see that the house has a very tiny third floor. Oh, 2 before this. 1 more before, thank you. So again, like the house has a very tiny third floor, which is home to a home office and an outdoor terrace contained entirely within the roof structure. These spaces are not at all apparent from the street. And in addition, the terrace is designed in such a way to address privacy concerns for both the clients and their immediate neighbors. The roof lines prevent any direct sight lines from this, from the outdoor terrace. Overall, in conclusion, I would like to say that the design of the house was done, again, very collaboratively with the city planner and the neighbors to make sure it is respectful to the fabric and characteristics of the Cedar Vale neighborhood, as you can see in the next slide. And based on the provided justifications, I'm of opinion that this proposal fits in with both the existing and planned context of this neighborhood. And for these reasons, I believe the application represents good planning and meets the 4 tests under Section 45 of the Planning Act. I'd be happy to answer any questions that any of the committee members or the chair has at this time. Thank you.
Yeah, could you tell me what the cladding is? Is that a stucco product?
It's a brick cladding, very much the same as the rest of the street on Avenel.
But it's white.
It's gonna be like a gray brick cladding. We haven't, yeah, a gray cladding.
Okay, panel, any questions? All right. Okay, so we can go into committee. Any comments, or does someone want to make a motion? Yes, Carl?
Mr. Chairman, I think this is a really very exciting project, particularly the way in which the third floor has been dealt with, where the office space and the terrace are encompassed within the roof, I should say, that prevents any overlook. I think a very clever idea. It's clearly, as the applicant indicated, been the subject of great collaboration, both with neighbors and with the city departments, and I think it's a very commendable project. Unless my colleagues have any concerns otherwise, I'd like to bring forward a motion of approval subject to forestry condition number 2. And I'd also like to tie the approval to the plans that were submitted to ensure that the roof form in particular is developed as we have it illustrated today. And I'd also like to thank the applicant for the added material, which I found very helpful in clarifying how the third floor actually works.
All right, do we have a seconder? Yes, Aaron? All right, all in favor? Have your approval, thank you very much. Number 3, 222 and 224 Ossington Avenue. The purpose of this application is to permit a rear outdoor patio in conjunction with the existing ground floor restaurants at 222 Ossington Avenue and 1149 Dundas Street West. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. Comments and reports from the planning and heritage preservation, correspondence and concern or interest from 6 Rolliat Street, and 5 form letters in support. Mr. Emery.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can we have your
Okay,
name
thank you
and
very-
your address, please?
My name is Paul Emery. My address is 29 Wyndham Street in Toronto. Good morning to you all. Thanks very much for having us. Pardon?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, sorry.
So just give us a very brief presentation because there's some opposition.
Absolutely. This patio came about because of the COVID restrictions. We at 1149 Dundas West, the Communist Daughter, which we've been there for over 18 years. We're right at a bus stop and there's no room for us out front to have any kind of patio or anything. So our landlord allowed us to use the space in the rear, which had just been kind of abandoned space for the most part. And so for the last 2 summers, we've used that as our patio, and it's saved our business less. The reason that we're applying from 1149 and 222 Ossington is because the space also belongs to the 222 Ossington location. So we, in order to save the patio, took over the lease on that space. This application is to permit a rear restaurant patio as ancillary use to an existing licensed restaurant. The 3 variances requested are for the size of the patio, its proximity to the residential area, and its position behind the building. The patio is, let me address each variance. The first variance requests a 25% larger than permitted patio. Now, because we're splitting it between 2 locations, each patio could be 21 meters squared, which is permitted. We will find a creative way to divide it up if we're allowed to do this. The second one requests a 3-meter separation zone from the residential zone, where a 30-meter separation is required. Now, I read over Mark's letter from 6 Rolliat, and I totally understand his concerns. In his letter, he's asked that there be no closer than 10 meters to any existing residential dwellings, and when we're actually 12.5 meters from his residence. And I mean, I understand going through his letter of concern, there's this patio would actually be quite a bit quieter than the outdoor patio which we've been running, because everyone had to enter through the alley because we weren't allowing people inside the building. So in the new situation, when we get this patio, or if we get this patio, people will have to enter from Dundas or Ossington. So there'll be walls and things. So it's going to be a much quieter patio. And because we want to be, we reached out to the neighbors when we started this, to whoever we could speak to, and said, please come to us if you have any questions or concerns. And we really, over 2 years, no one really came by. I mean, so it saved our business, more or less. let me see here. So the third variance has to do with having a patio in the rear, and it's similar because we have no space in the front. That's why we got this patio. So that's what we're asking for. We try to be great neighbors. We've been in there for over 18 years as a community social hub, and we're really hoping we could keep this patio and create something nice for the community.
Okay, so Mr. Emery.
Thank you very much.
Right, Mr. Emery, you say that you've, your client has run this, used the patio for 2 years?
Yes, sir.
Have you had any problems with neighbors or anything?
No, only, as you can see in our letters of support, the closest neighbors of all are supporting us on it. And we have had no one come by and say, could you, keep it down, or we don't appreciate this or appreciate that. I do understand it's a very open situation. And so I appreciate Mark's concerns, and I'd happily address any of them. But yeah, we've had no complaints.
Okay, so are you going to reconfigure it somewhat so that it would, in fact, be a little quieter?
Absolutely. Because right now it's just an open area. We put tables out there, and everyone enters through the alley off of Roliat to come into the back, where now they would enter off of Dundas or Ossington.
Okay, so under what authority did you use that as a patio? Because you're now asking for variance to allow you to do it. So was this under
Well, it was
COVID legislation or something?
Yes, sir. Yeah. We had permission from the landlord to have a patio on a private property, and then as to the city allowed it if the landlord allowed it.
Okay. All right.
And could I just say one more? May I say one more thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just hoping that we could keep it open. We're open till 2 a.m., but of course we don't want that. But we are hoping for 11 p.m. It seems like that's the quiet time, and we'd be very strict about it. And that's what we're hoping you could approve that.
Okay, so I wanted to ask you, one of the conditions that the planning department has asked for is a 2-year limit. And I understand that those limits are to see if there's going to be any complaints or any problems, but you've already had this for 2 years, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, okay, so it may be that so would you like it for a longer period?
Of course we would, but we're willing to work with whatever we can. But I mean, if we have it till 11 p.m., I mean, if it's looked at in 2 more years, fine. Of course, we would prefer it wasn't, but we're happy to work with everyone.
All right, thank you. Mr.
I have a question.
Yes. Go
Yes,
ahead.
I'd like to ask, where do the garbage get picked up, or where you store it? How does the garbage picked up work in this arrangement?
The garbage is picked up in front of the buildings on Dundas and on Ossington. And currently, from our communist daughter, 1149, we keep the garbage in the basement. We're quite a small place.
Okay.
The new place is larger, so that remains to be seen. We hope to carve out some space for that.
So you won't leave the garbage in the back, right? The patio, I mean, your backyard is really just occupied all by your
There's a bunch of space back there, so we have to be creative. We may have to find some nook to put some garbage in, but if not, we keep it inside at our 1149 address. So we will have to see. The actual layout hasn't been fully planned, just the space.
Okay, Carl?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Oh no, I'm just a little bit worried about the garbage.
Yeah, no, I know.
And storage, but I actually prefer that it's stored inside. If you use the patio, I mean, it would be nicer not to
Yes,
sit
I
next
would
to
prefer that
garbage
too.
storage, right?
Okay. Okay, sure.
Carl?
I don't know, I just, that's why I asked.
Yeah, understandable. I know it.
Okay,
Mr. Emery, the planning department is also asking for a fence, and they've called up the drawing that is currently on the screen.
Yes?
I can't figure out where the fence is. Can you walk me, the patio area, is the fence, the 2-meter fence, is it along the south limit of the patio area? And what demarcates the west limit of the patio?
It would be on the south end of the patio, and perhaps on the the west end and the south end.
So the area that's shown with, it has a little gate there.
Yes, there's
The
this.
assumption there is that there's a fence along that edge and the south, because the problem that I have is the planning department has called up this drawing to clarify where the fence is, and I don't think the drawing actually shows that very well. So I think we need to be a bit more specific.
I apologize for that. From the building where you see existing restaurant, straight back to the western end, and
Yes.
then over to the building that goes along Dundas.
So could we describe the fence as being along the south and the west limits of the patio?
That's correct.
Thank you so much.
Would the fence on the south be along the entire patio? Because it says
Yeah.
2 meters.
Yes, we can do that, yes.
Okay, all right.
Chair, just a couple questions. I was gonna ask about the fence as well. I presume that is a board fence which is is solid, right? So it's not, doesn't have slats or anything like that, it's solid?
We will build whatever would be the best. I mean, we want to enclose it, and we want it to, to keep some privacy and help the neighbors. So whatever would be best, we're happy to do.
Well, I think in that regard, I think it's best to have a solid wood or whatever material you
Yes.
want to do, rather than having, offset slats which allow noise and such to go through. The other question I had is, this patio, is it serving the Communist Daughter restaurant exclusively, or is it shared between the two restaurants?
Well, this is the new restaurant. As we took it over, it was a space called the Grow Up previously, and it was going to be rented out. It's the same landlord that we have for Communist Daughter. It was going to be rented to someone else, in which case this space would be lost to us. They would take it over. So we took it, and we want to somehow use it for both places, using fencing or however creatively we can do it. If we only can use it for one place, then we would also do that. But it doesn't change the walls and things like that.
Yeah, I get that. I just don't know what the rules or provisions are for having a common patio for two restaurants, and
I'm not sure that it can be common. If we can't create two spaces, then we have to determine that maybe it would be just taken by one place.
Okay, I assume that you will, if this were approved, then you would pursue whatever licensing that would be required to resolve that issue.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, we've been there for a long time, so we're really trying to do our best here.
Understand. Thank you.
Mark Dano?
Are we in committee now?
Pardon?
Are we in committee now? Or
No.
Oh, I can't hear you, sorry.
have another
yeah, you're
speaker.
muffled. I can't hear you, okay.
Mark?
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes?
Okay. So we filed the letter of concern.
All right,
And I think
can we have your name and your address, please?
Yeah, my name is Mark Dano, and I'm at 6 Rolyat, which is the property, the first residential property closest to the proposed patio.
Okay,
So I think I wanted to start by saying, no, we're not completely opposed to this, but there were some concerns that we had and we wanted to voice to kind of get an idea about how those would be addressed. And one would be the noise. So currently there are a few patios around, and I think some of them are these kind of COVID patios, and we do appreciate what the Communist Daughter has done. I think they do kind of operate very well as a neighborhood bar or venue. But we just want to ensure that kind of continues with the new patio, and I think the hours that Paul is about 11 p.m. close is a good one, and we definitely want to keep that in place. I think anything that happens to the back, we want to ensure that it's doing something to positive, aesthetically, I guess, to the alley. So we want to make sure that anything that goes back there is going to look good. And we also wanted to address some issues about, I think mostly it's about access through the rear, where some of these problems come up, where we get people coming up and smoking or bringing their drinks out, and sometimes there's garbage back there. So if we have people coming in through the front, I think that's going to help with that issue. And I think a sort of a shared responsibility for that back alley would be appreciated, as we're all going to be, participating in this together. And then a conversation. So we haven't. I think Paul said when they first opened this patio 2 years ago, they talked to all the neighbors. We just moved in not even a year ago, so we haven't really made any connection with them. Paul, it's good to kind of get connected and start a dialogue there. So I hope that we can continue that way. I think the other issue that we had was about this setting a sort of precedent. So we do have a lot of commercial, we're backing, or we have a lot of commercial spaces that are backing onto us. And we just kind of see this, if it starts to set a precedent and more of these kind of pop up, it generates this, a buzz or something that might be of detriment to the residential character of this space that we want to keep intact. So I'm not sure how we approach that or ensure that happens. But one of the things this last summer that happened, which in some cases was fine, but we had a lot of people sort of bouncing back, and the alleyway itself became, a zone where people were hanging out and, drinking and smoking, and I think that led to some of the garbage issues and things like that. So if we're all conscious about these issues, I think we can move forward together. But the question of precedent, I think, is one that I don't know how we would address. I don't know if the committee has any suggestions, or Paul, if you have any suggestions, but I would leave that open.
Yes, Yim?
Yes, I have a question to the speaker. You mentioned that you're okay with the hours open until 11 p.m. That is what the applicant is asking, but actually the planning department is suggesting 10 o'clock, 10 p.m.
The planning department is suggesting which?
10 p.m. until 10. But
Until
we
10
just
now?
mentioned 11. That is not what the planning department recommends, but the applicant is asking for 11.
Well, they've been open till 11. I think if they do an 11 o'clock shut off, like quiet time, that's worked for us so far.
So my
If the
question
planning
to
department requests something other, I don't know what the
no,
other
what I'm
neighbors
saying
would
is,
be.
are you okay with the 11 o'clock p.m. or you prefer the 10?
Yeah, so far, if we have a quiet time at 11 o'clock, that's great.
That's
You stop service a little bit before, we have a quiet time at 11.
okay.
All right, Paul? Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Yeah, do you have any comments to make about Mr. Dano's comments?
No, I appreciate his comments, and we want to work together, and I appreciate that the 11 p.m. and you know, we'll do our best. We want to be good neighbors, so it's the best way to run our business, we've found. So I appreciate his comments.
Okay. Larry, do you have a question?
Yeah, thanks. Just to the applicant, two things. I'm sure you're pretty familiar with that area. I'm going to assume that there are other patios in the back of residents or of restaurants along Ossington. Is that the case?
Is that a question to me?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, there are.
And just to the point about hours, are most of them open in the evenings until 11 o'clock?
I believe so. I don't know each one, but it seems like the common time that it's quiet time after 11. So I don't know each place, but that I believe it's that.
That would be my impression. And
Yes.
secondly, your two restaurants kind of surround the property that's at the southwest corner of Ossington and Dundas.
Yes.
Have you spoken to the owner or tenants of that property? Would this cause any difficulties for them?
No, they're helpful to us. Yes, they're new there, and they've started out really well, and they're on board.
Okay, great, thank you.
Carl?
Mr. Emery, just, I have an idea about the precedent. Can you tell me how long this patio has operated without any difficulties? Did you say it's been a year or 2 years?
Yes, since COVID times, yes. One summer and, well, 2 summers, yes.
Okay, so 2 years, 2 years then. And
Yeah.
the fence that you proposed was 2 meters high, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we can go into committee. Any comments, or does somebody have a motion? Carl?
Mr. Chairman, I think this is a good application. It's been very well thought out, and I'm very pleased with the coordination between the applicant and the community. I would like to move that the application be approved subject to, and instead of just saying planning conditions, the following conditions: that the opening hours for the patio shall be restricted to 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. No music, artificial or amplified sound shall be played on or projected into the patio area. The patio shall have 2-meter high solid wood privacy screening along the south and west limits. And the minor variant, I believe, Mr. Chairman, you made a good point about the length of the decision. In my motion, I would propose that the minor variance approval related to the patio shall be limited to a period of 4 years from the date of final and binding decision of this application. And also subject to the heritage condition. The point about precedent, I'm wondering if we might, in the minutes, indicate that prior to making this decision, we were advised that this patio has in fact operated without any negative incidents or complaints for a period of 2 years. I think that places it in a somewhat different position than a new patio proposal. It's not ideal, but it might work. So that's my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Yim?
Yes, actually, I do agree with all the revision that Carl proposed, but I don't know whether it is, whether I can add another one, which is the door, the door of the patio can be only used as exit, not entrance. So that will avoid people using the laneway as together to wait for a chair to go in. So, what do you think?
I thought, Jim, that Carl's proposal, and I thought that the actual proposal was a fence, a solid fence on the laneway so that people wouldn't be able to enter or exit from that area.
You have to provide an exit. That they have a door actually drawn there. But,
Yeah, I think you're right. It showed a door.
It should be used only as emergency exit or just exit. You know, the patio, yes, that door. And then they will discourage people using it as entrance. The reason why I say that is because we will just discourage people using the residential area as the front entrance. That's
Yes, Larry?
Yeah, I think Liam makes a really good point about egress and exit. And I think she's right. I don't think we want that used as an entrance. However, I do wonder about garbage removal. Are you allowed to have an emergency exit used for garbage? So I don't know how precise we want to get in on the use of that doorway. So I'm kind of reluctant to put emergency just because I don't know if that would allow to move garbage in and out or materials in and out.
You're
of
right.
that.
Oh,
So
maybe we
I
can
worry
say-
about that. Maybe we just put a condition that it should not be used as an entryway
Exactly.
for clients onto the patio.
Yes.
Two other things. I think we have a heritage condition, Carl, if you're gonna move. I thought I saw a heritage condition.
Yeah, I mentioned it, sorry.
Oh,
I
sorry.
thought I did it, yeah.
And lastly, I agree with the extension of the time frame. I just wonder do we need it at all? Given that there are other patios operating along that stretch of Ossington, quite frankly, is full of restaurants, full of bars. I just wonder whether it's really worth it given the track record of this applicant and its location and the fact that the neighbors don't appear to be concerned given the conditions that we would wrap around this one.
I'd be happy to remove that as a condition, I agree with you.
Okay, then I'll second Carl's amended motion.
I think,
I think the entrance, the rear entrance, not used as main entrance.
Yeah, I think the condition that I would suggest, Carl, to your motion would be that the rear patio entrance not be used for customer entry.
or egress.
That's fine.
Well, I guess to get out, you have to give them an emergency exit to get out. So I think you'd have to leave it that way. I think the real issue is having patrons come in.
Well, I thought that Mr. Dano said that people would go out there and smoke or whatever and talk. So I think we got to limit it to more than just entrance. I think it should be entrance and egress, but except in emergencies.
Like someone needs to have a smoke.
Yeah. But I'm not a smoker. I don't know whether that's an emergency or not. So,
Okay.
Carl, do you want to sort of take that and put it in your motion and word it so that we can all
I
live
have the
with it?
same concern as Larry about the egress. I'm concerned with, I think restricting access to customers using that gateway is reasonable. I'm worried about restricting egress, and I appreciate that that does pose a potential problem for the appellant. But I also would hate this whole thing to fall down because there's no emergency exit, and I think there needs to be.
No, I think we could say no entrance or egress except in an emergency.
Okay, that's fine with me then. That wording would be fine.
Okay. All right, so Larry, you're seconding that?
Yes.
Okay. All in favor as amended? Yim, are you in favor? Yes, okay. You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Number 4, 67 Adelaide Street East. And the purpose of this application is to construct a partial fourth floor addition to the existing building for the conversion into a municipal shelter. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, a report from Heritage Preservation and correspondence in support from lot of social agencies throughout the city. Well, yeah, it's all social agencies throughout the city. And we also have correspondence and interest or concern from 55 Lombard, 33 Lombard, 55 Lombard. Okay, Mr. DeMello?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. I just want to confirm that the committee members can hear me clearly.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Paul DeMello. I'm a partner with the firm of Kagan Shastri in the city of Toronto, and I am honored and privileged to be representing Shelter Support and Housing Administration with respect to this minor variance application. As the committee will be aware, the variance which is being sought is for a reduction in parking standard. 0 parking is being provided on the location, whereas 4 is required as a result of the expansion in use. And before I get into the details of the parking, I think it's important to highlight some of the key aspects of the proposed development. This represents the development, as you've outlined, is for the construction, the repurposing of a building, a city-owned building, for the provision of shelter spaces. This is part of the city's mandate to increase the number of available shelter spaces throughout the city to help address an overwhelming need that exists. The current mandate was reinforced by the city in 2018, and in response, at that time, council directed SSHA to expand the number of permanent new shelter bids in Toronto by 1,000. The issue of the shelter is a permitted use within the for the property within the subject area. There's no variances that are required for the use itself. As part of the mandate to increase the shelter spaces throughout the city of Toronto has been working with many Indigenous groups to ensure that appropriate services and shelter locations are provided to address the need for shelter spaces that are dedicated to Indigenous persons, that are respectful of the needs of this community, that has experienced homelessness to a level greater than that of other populations. The City of Toronto is committed to supporting the rights of Indigenous people, as set out in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, and in its statement of commitment to the Aboriginal communities of Toronto, which was adopted in 2010. And as part of that, SSH follows the same mandate and is also committed to supporting self-determination of Indigenous peoples and organizations through Indigenous-led solutions and meaningful engagement. What's important to note that in 2021, the street needs assessment conducted by the city revealed that Indigenous people, while representing 2.5% of the Toronto population, make up approximately 15% of people experiencing homelessness in the city of Toronto. Indigenous homelessness should be understood as a direct outcome of ongoing colonization, structural institutional racism, cultural genocide, and the effects of intergenerational trauma. Shelters are one of the many municipal services that the city provides. Like daycares, libraries, and community centers, it's important that shelters are available in neighborhoods across the city of Toronto. When seeking sites to support a short-term need for physical distancing and shelter system, city staff seeks buildings that are available, affordable, and of a suitable size and close to transit and services. 67 Adelaide Street was chosen as a shelter site as part of the city's direction to expand the number of permanent new shelter bids throughout the city of Toronto, and to provide temporary accommodation and related supporting services that assist people to move into housing. The site was chosen for its proximity to public transit and community services. It has access to public parks and amenities, in addition to community service providers. In terms of transit, I would note for the committee that the property you'll see is on the screen. It's at the corner of Adelaide and Church Street, Adelaide East and Church Street. It's highlighted in the colored purple right where the hand marker is. And then immediately to the north block, Queen Street, there's the LRT that runs along Queen Street. And to the south on King Street, there's an LRT that runs along King Street as well. The area is well serviced by transit in all ends, close proximity to other community facilities, and in terms of parking spaces around the lot, it is well serviced by municipal parking lots that exist throughout the area. The site is owned. The site itself achieves many of the objectives and objectives set out by the city in terms of providing for shelter spaces throughout the city. The site is owned by the City of Toronto. Its location is currently being used as the Adelaide Women's Resource Center. The center is in the process of being relocated to Carlton Street, and the relocation of the Adelaide Women's Resource Center is expected to occur in late 2022, after which 67 Adelaide Street, the subject property, will be renovated for Namis-Ray Native men's residents who will be operating the shelter on behalf of the city. Nami-Res has a long history of providing shelter, housing, health, and social supports for Indigenous men. Nami-Res' goal is to provide the supports necessary for individuals to attain personalized goals established by each shelter resident, and at the right moment to be able to achieve and sustain independent living. In terms of this proposal, in early in November of this year, the local councillor SSH, Nami-Res, conducted a virtual community information session regarding the proposal in which they walked the community through the England shelter. There were about 14,000 leaflets that were distributed. During that presentation, there was also discussion with regards to the need for the variance. I can say that in terms of the responses that were received, both at the presentation and to date, they've generally been very much in support of the desire of the city, SSH, and Nami-Res to establish the shelter in this area. And there's been very little concerns raised with regards, and I would say more than very little. I've seen no comments with regards to concerns with regards to the parking variance. With regards to the parking variance, I would advise that in terms of the operation, it's expected that during the day, the shelter will have a contingency of support staff of about 20 persons, whereas overnight staffing will be around 10 persons. The shelter will be staffed 24 hours a day. Similar shelters operated by Nami-Res, as well as other support agencies, and have letters of support from a number of those other agencies, including the Fred Victor Society, have similar staffing numbers, and parking has never been an issue. Parking is not provided to staff in many of these other locations, as staff typically will either take transit or walk or cycle to work, and as one would expect, the number of residents and of vehicles is exceptionally low. If a resident client does have a car or a staff member needs to drive to work, then parking is readily available in the surrounding community. The requested variance, as we've identified, is for a variance for a zero parking provision standard, that zero parking standard. Currently, the site operates, as we said, as a women's resource center, and there is no parking provided on the site. Once the change in use occurs from its current operations to that of a shelter, and then there's a slight expansion that's occurring on the 4th floor. And if I could have permission to share, I'd like to just visually identify and represent the building as proposed. If I could have permission to share some content.
All right, Mr. DeMello, I allowed you to go on way over your time, but if you could just do this very briefly for us, please.
Sure. The expansion, there's an expansion on the 4th floor. That expansion, under the bylaw, you're required to provide one parking space for every 100 square meters. The actual expansion generates the need for only one additional parking over the 3 that would be provided for the building previously. But as I've noted, the building has been operating without providing any parking. So this is truly a technical variance in terms of the additional parking required. As the committee is aware, the fourfold component in terms of the test is what's to be designed. The project, I would note one thing, that there were some comments that have been raised by Heritage, and I think in some of the concerns letters that have been raised with regards to the cladding on the site. And there's been no issues raised with regards to the parking, but there have been some concerns with regards to the cladding. It's important to identify that the cladding is representative of a culturally sensitive redesign of the building. What is being incorporated into the cladding of the 4 colors of the medicine wheel, specifically the indigenous communities. The cladding is also there for the further protection of the building. That has nothing to do with the parking, but I note that those are the concerns that have generally been raised with regards to this. Happy to answer any questions with regards to this. With regards to the 4-foot test of the minor variance, this is consistent with the intent and purpose of the official plan. It meets the objectives of the city in providing shelter spaces and public services as outlined in the official plan in an appropriate location. It's consistent with the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. The uses are permitted under the bylaw. While the variance is required for parking, it does not alter the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw from the subject site. The variance itself is desirable and appropriate for the development of lands. The site is currently being used as women's resource center.
I'm very sorry, I think it ran up over time.
I do apologize for that. We have. Finally, this is truly a minor variance, both in terms of its subject and in terms of its number, and it does not give rise to any impacts to the surrounding community. Apologize for running over time. It's just a very important subject matter that we're dealing with. Happy to address any questions should the committee use.
Yim?
Oh, I don't have any questions.
Oh.
And I'm sort of ready to discuss this, or I have a motion.
Okay. So just one question, Mr. DeMello. You mentioned briefly a couple of letters of concern with respect to the facade. They were both eloquent and elegant requests to sort of preserve the facade of the building for historical reasons, but you've indicated that it's being renovated in such a way as to comply with indigenous culture.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. The cladding of the facade is being done in a certain way in terms of the building to be representative of, it holds as I said, the medicine wheel, the colors that have been incorporated into the facade hold significant importance because of the medicine wheel colors, which hold indigenous significance for the indigenous culture. It also serves to decolonize the formal civic architecture of the existing building and will improve the building's energy efficiency. A number of purposes for the cladding. They're unrelated to the parking. They don't impact the parking in any manner whatsoever.
No, I
But they're
understand that. Yeah.
of the needs of the. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Apologies.
Okay. So are you going to put this on top of the existing cladding of the building, and would it be would someone be able in the future to take down the cladding and restore it back to what it was originally?
In the future, should the building be repurposed for a different use, the cladding, of course, can be removed because it's on the external. The underface of the building will remain. The facade of the building will remain. But because the cladding will be added, there will be some repair work that will be required should that building be repurposed in terms of its facade.
Okay. So you're not destroying the original design?
We're not taking down the original face of the building, anything else, just cladding it with a shell on the outside that in the future can be removed with some additional work.
All right, thank you. Anybody have any other questions? Okay, sorry it went on so long. Yim?
Are we ready?
Yes.
Are we incomplete enough? I can't hear you very well, sir. Okay, I think it's an excellent project, and I think this is needed in the area. With the only one technical variance, I'm ready to move because Heritage does not have any comment or want to give any conditions either. So, there will be no condition to approve this application.
Okay.
I'll second that if that's a motion.
Second, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. Number 5, 757 Richmond Street West. The purpose of this application is to extend the existing rear first-level deck. A parking space will be located under this new deck. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant and support from 773 Richmond Street West. Mr. Sadek?
Yes, hi, good morning.
Good morning. Can we have your name and your address for the record, please?
Certainly, yes. It's Sadek, and the address is 2143 State Bank Road, Mississauga.
Okay, so I don't think that we need a presentation from you. Panel, do you have any questions of Mr. Sadek? Or do we have comments or a motion? Carl?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any difficulties with this application. It seems to me that it's consistent with the area. If I'm correct, the properties nearby are very similar. There was a similar variance approved for the property to the west, and there are no objections that I can see. The adjacent property owners are not there, haven't commented. The properties are currently occupied by renters. I don't see any negative impacts, and I'd like to move approval without condition.
I second that. Larry, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you. Number 6, 281 Monarch Park Avenue. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by enclosing the front porch, also to construct a one-story detached ancillary building for a studio use and install a parking pad in the rear yard. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant. We have a report from planning and a two-signature petition in support. Mr. Soak, I'm sorry, if I didn't pronounce your name right, I'm sure I didn't.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Bart Soki. I'm the agent for the project. My address is 257 Margaret Street, Toronto.
Yes. Can we have a brief presentation, because there is some opposition?
Yes. So the house we're working on is quite typical of Monarch Park. To the north and south of 281, it's an attached house with where the main roof comes down over the front porch, and these front porches are typically have kind of a heavy masonry columns and a platform, so that forms the sort of street face of the buildings. And if you could pull up the support documents, there's a couple of drawings that show the street faces. It's I think the first drawing there. One above that. Yeah, there's two drawings there. Yeah, go to the one above. Yes, yes, please. So as you can see, like to the north and south, for a few blocks north and south, you can see where the number of these porches have been filled in. These are quite modest houses, so people have a desire to add some space by enclosing these front porches. And we took a look at the setbacks. The setbacks from the range range from about 1.2 meters to 3 meters, with an average setback that's quite close to what we're requesting. In terms of the so as you can see, as you go up and down the street, the front porch infills are quite typical on Monarch Park. The second variance with front yard landscaping is that's an existing condition, and it's also again quite a common condition where you've got a walkway to the front door and driveway to one side, and then there's and then you have a sidewalk connecting the two, so it really reduces the amount of available space for soft landscaping. And as I said, this is an existing condition. We're not altering or proposing to reduce the soft landscaping in any way. And then the third variance is for lot cover. And if you go back to that earlier plan of the neighborhood, we took a look at took a sampling of lots just to the south of 281 that had detached ancillary buildings, and they had similar lot covers or greater, ranging from about 43% to 68%. So this is it's quite a common lot cover percentage in the neighborhood. So as was mentioned, there was a letter in opposition, and we tried to be sensitive to that. We were aware of the window at the back of the on 100 Queensdale, and so we moved the building. We provided a greater rear setback. So instead of the permitted 0.3, we set the building back at 0.96 from the lot line, and we kept the roof edge that faces 100 Queensdale. We kept it as low as possible, to minimize the change in the view from that window.
Panel, any questions? All right. Rosalind Chandy.
To be unmuted. Hello?
Yes.
Hi, yeah, I'm Rosalind Chandy. I'm at 285 Monarch Park Avenue, which is 2 away from 281, along the side there. I haven't spoken to the proponent about this yet, but I just thought it would be easier to say my concerns here. I guess I have a couple of concerns. One is the more general environmental concern, and that I presume one of the reasons for a percentage cover minimization is due to flooding and environmental reasons. It's a cumulative thing across the city, and as we all know, with flooding these days and climate change, the more impermeable surface you have, the more likelihood you have of water running off and flooding and so forth. So that's just like a general environmental concern. A concern about, increased development area on the lot. The other concern is completely aesthetic concern. At the moment, the 4 to 5 lots that are on our sharp block are really quiet and green at the back. And none of those lots have any serviced building at the back. It's all garden. One has a permanent shed, but it doesn't cover the whole of the back of the lot, and it's just a shed. It's not serviced or anything. So I guess I was mainly a bit concerned about the aesthetics of having another building that spanned the whole width of a lot. That would have to see more development, less greenery, and also the precedent that might set. If the other two of my neighbors did that as well, it would really change the back aesthetics of the little group of us. And so that was sort of my main concern. I wondered if, you know, the width of the new building could be reduced, particularly on the north side, which is my side, you know, and maybe you could put some plantings in there, you know, 2 to 3 meter plantings, so that we wouldn't have to see, it would be still maintain some of the greenery. I mean, that building would be then covered to some degree for the view for the remaining 3 of us. So that's a thought. I mean, you know, prefer, like I said, to not have that precedent, but I understand, you know, they want more space. So I guess those are my general concerns primarily about the building at the back and the additional coverage and the change in the aesthetics of the whole back garden of the group of us along this stretch of Monarch Park.
Thank you. Panel, any questions? Carl? You're muted, Carl.
I have a question of the applicant. Should I ask it now or should I wait?
No, we're going back to the applicant, but there's another opposition person. All right, Mr.
Okay, I'll wait then.
All right, Mr. and Mrs. Archibald?
Hi, speaking.
Yes, we have your name and your address, sir.
My name is Robert Archibald. I'm at 100 Queensdale.
Yes, can we have your concerns, sir?
Yeah, I'm opposed to this structure. It's going to completely block off my window. And as Rosalind, one of my neighbors, just mentioned, the aesthetics will be ruined. There's 5 gorgeous backyards along that side of the house, and it's so pretty and awesome. And now it's just going to be a wall and a roof. It's just going to ruin, yeah. We have no view whatsoever, and then, you know, we live in that room in that house. We operate there. We've always used that, and it's not good at all for my house, my family. Yeah, and also, yeah, the roof is sloping towards my house, and I understand. I think I see an eavesdrop on the plan, but then we'll have water running off right against the back. I know they've moved it forward a bit from the line, but still, it's just not good. I'm going to be looking at a wall roof. Not nice. It's so nice now. It's just not going to be. Hi. Hello?
Yes. Are those your?
That's it.
Those are your concerns?
I have no problem with it.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Zoki?
Could you bring up the plan again for the from the support documents, the site plan? No, it's in the supporting documents. Yeah, to the top plan there. I mean, what we were trying to illustrate here was that in that blue area with the red broken line around it at the back of the lot, that's the size of, you know, of a typical single car garage. So what we're trying to illustrate with this is that the coverage of the single car garage is larger than the proposed building that we're providing. So it was you know, it's about 4 or 5 square meters larger. So the studio building proposed is smaller. And if you're looking at the building across the lot, north to south, the studio building would you know, presents a smaller wall to the view north and south across the lot. So it's actually more in keeping with the, you know, the smaller sort of garden sheds in its depth. And you know, and it's, you know, we moved it back to, you know, towards the, you know, the back of the lot, so we could open up the space between the house and the studio building. So it, you know, it keeps that view corridor north and south as open as possible. You know, as I mentioned earlier, the building 100 Queensdale to the east side. We were aware of the window. We set the building back more than what's required. The required setback is 0.3 meters, and we set it 0.96, and we did keep the roof edge as low as possible to keep as much sun coming in from the south and southwest and the west. We're aware of the rain. The rain trough system is set up so that it captures the water at the back, moves it towards the front of the building. And in terms of privacy for the owners at 281, we were trying to position the building so that they had to preserve the privacy of their backyard from the overlook of 100 Queensdale. I think that addresses most of the concerns that were presented.
All right. Carl?
I have a couple of questions. Can you tell me if there's an existing fence along the south property line adjacent to the parking space?
Yes, there is.
And so the parking space and the driveway leading to it are separated from the residence immediately adjacent by a fence. And on the proposed studio, how do you propose to use that strip of land on the east side? I realize you've moved the building away to provide a little bit more breathing space for the home at 100 Queensdale, I think it is. How will that space be used, and do you have enough space to access it for maintenance?
I mean, it's just going to be a landscape space. The setbacks on the sides, on each side, are 0.3 meters, so it is pretty tight to be able to get through there.
I guess I'm wondering if it's a green space, how you're actually going to maintain it, or will it eventually just become weeds because you can't get to it? In which case, would it make more sense to put interlocking paving or something there?
Well, we could do that. It does then. I think we'd have to take a look at whether we would have a variance for.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to have you have to have another variance. I'm just concerned that practically speaking, that's going to be a very difficult area to take care of. If you don't take care of it, it's probably going to be more nuisance than advantage to anybody.
Yes, that's a good point taken.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Larry?
Just a quick question. I did notice from the plans that the driveway or the parking spot has proposed in front of it. Is it currently there?
Yes. Well, I mean, it's in the rear yard, but we had to adjust its position slightly to fit with the new building.
Yeah, no, I think the reason I'm asking is just what materials it's from. In terms of coverage, we've got a reduction on coverage. Is it already existing, and if so, what material is it?
It's a paper. It's a unit paper at the back. Yes.
But it already exists.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we go into committee, panel. Do you have any comments, or do we have a motion?
Chair, I'm happy to start. I think we're seeing more and more of these kinds of ancillary dwellings that are being used for studios and or offices as a result of COVID and more and more people moving at home. I don't frankly have any difficulty with this. There is no height variance. There's no setback variance. The only issue really is coverage, which it's not a major coverage issue. And I don't think the front porch enclosure is an issue. I appreciate the impact on people's view, but it's mostly as of right from my perspective. The only thing I would suggest that if my colleagues agree with that, I did notice that there was a washroom facility in the drawings. And when I see that, I always get a little bit concerned that eventually it could become habitable space. So I would, if my colleagues agree with this, I would attach a condition in addition to the planning condition that the proposed structure not be used for habitable purposes.
All right, Yim?
I agree with Larry, and I think that I agree with also the condition. With that condition, I would second his motion.
All in favor? Have your approval. Thank you. Number 7, 48 Kippendavie Avenue. The purpose of this application is to construct a 2-story detached ancillary building in the rear yard. The ground level will contain 2 parking spaces, and the second level will contain a laneway suite. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, and we have comments from planning and engineering, 5 form letters in support and opposition from 3 addresses on Buller and 2 addresses on Kippendavie. Mr. Stambuk?
Hello, my name is Mr. Stambuk. I am present, and I'm at Unit 905, 1410 DuPont Street.
Right, thank you. So we need a brief presentation, sir.
Yes, thank you very much, members of the committee and Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to present this application. This proposal is covering a number of variances. Can you hear me well?
Well, I'm having a little trouble because you sort of fade in and out. Perhaps you could, stay close to the mic and just speak into the mic might help.
Absolutely. I'm actually staying very close to the mic, but I hear a lot of reverb, and I've made sure that it's only my sound.
Well, we can't hear. I couldn't hear the last couple of words.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's try this. Unplugged my monitor, maybe that had an effect. So, as I said, thank you, Mr. Chair and committee, for this opportunity. I'm going to be speaking quickly to fit into those into the required 5 minutes. If I miss anything, I'm ready to answer any questions. And just check one more time. Can you hear me well?
Well, you still fade in and out a little bit, so keep speaking. We'll see.
Okay, so I'll get right into it, and I'll start by describing the main reason I have proposed this design. First, I would note that once we had the rough idea of the design, the owner obtained verbal consent from the owner of 48 Kippendavie for the design, and now we have also provided a letter of support for this owner. This owner will be the most impacted by the new structure, and it would be critical that they agreed with the basic proposal, because it would honestly would have not gone forward.
Chair, can I interrupt? Can I just interrupt? I'm getting a lot of feedback here, and I'm having difficulty understanding the applicant.
Yeah. Yeah. We're losing words, sir.
I have the same problem here.
I'm not doing anything differently.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything we can do on our end here. So if you could try to, yeah, maybe I do have your phone number, so I can try to call you on your phone number so that you can call in and see if that works better. So just.
Sure. Do you want me to email it to you?
No, I think I have it. I'll give you a call right away.
Okay. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. I don't know whether we're going to be able to understand you.
Okay, wonderful. Can you hear me now?
Yes?
Okay, so I guess this is just gonna have to work. I've muted my microphone and volume on my computer, so hopefully this should work. So again, I so apologize for this. I'm at committee all the time, and this is the first time this has happened with this computer. So I'll just get right back to the presentation. So basically, so as I was saying, we consulted with owner at 48 Kippendavie with the rough design, and the application would not have gone ahead if there were concerns, and now we do have a support letter from 48A for the basic premise. And the basic premise of this design is that the owner wants to provide an enclosed parking space for the residents of the laneway suite and various members of the multi-generational home on the lot. They do not want to burden the streets with more parking and create the difficulty of constant search for street parking and snow removal from cars for the new residents of the laneway and including the residents of the home. The intention of this laneway is to make a very long-term, self-contained unit that would allow two people to thrive in a wonderful area of the city where obtaining ownership of a property, honestly, it's near to impossible unless basically you have a $600,000 down payment. So to start with explaining the variances, it would be very useful to look at the last drawing of the submitted plans. If staff could bring up the last page, it is sheet A204A, it would be much appreciated. So the parking below the laneway elevates and extends the suite and causes variances 3, 4, 5, and 6. If the lot was longer and we could move the laneway to 7.5 meters from the back wall, and by the way, this back wall only takes up half the width of the lot, none of these variances would arise because they are being caused by the laneway suite proximity to the back wall of the house. And the suite is only allowed to be at 4 meters if the laneway, if the height of the laneway, otherwise it has to be 7.5 meters, which you can see on the drawing. Again, this is being caused primarily because the minimum parking length is being respected and provided. So basically the design arose out of a simple calculation. I looked at what is the minimum length of the parking space as per the zoning bylaw, and then I added an enclosed stairway to the suite above, and that led me to the proposed length of the laneway suite. Now, when planning staff contacted me with concerns about the height and angular plane variances, I actually proposed to them to reduce the length of the suite by around 1 meter, and I proposed to do this by designing the stair like an exterior feature, like kind of like open to the elements, like a fire escape style. So that would kind of shrink the entire building by 1 meter. But despite this huge inconvenience for snow and ice clearing this would cause, but in the end of the day, planning staff were not supportive or receptive to this change and would have recommended refusal in any case. So I kept the design the same, and essentially we are bringing this in front of you to decide on the matter. So the impact of having the laneway suite at only 4.15 meters from the back wall of the house has to be considered in relation to the shape of the lot and the existing house. First, the back wall is narrow, only half the width of the lot. And the lot also has a substantial side yard of soft landscaping and then an additional side yard on city property before the sidewalk. which is what you can see in the supportive documentation I submitted and a kind of diagram I drew of the site plan showing green for the soft landscaping. And now this is not likely to change with an addition or extension. It wouldn't be logical, and also it wouldn't widen the house because this side yard is essentially the backyard of the house, which is incredibly valuable in this area, and I believe it will be closely maintained should the suite be approved. This openness of the south side yard also greatly contributed to making the living area and windows face the south to reduce backyard privacy concerns as much as possible and to have access to the laneway come from the south.
All right,
This
Mr.
covers variance number two,
Mr.
because the south
Stambach.
side of the-
All right, Mr. Stambach, you're over your time. Could you please wrap up?
Yes. So, I wanted to describe variance number 2 and how actually it only exists because we gave light and access from the suite to the south. And I think to wrap up, this application has to be considered in relation to the openness of the south side of the lot. I can get in much more details with any questions you have and explain variance number 1 and such, but I understand I'm over my time, so that is my presentation for now, and I'm ready for any of your questions, and thank you for your time.
Panel, any questions? Yes, Larry?
A quick one, just, I thought I heard, I just want to confirm, so the proposed laneway suite doesn't actually follow the foundation or the footprint of the existing garage. It actually, does it come closer to the house than where the wall of the existing garage currently exists? Is that my understanding?
No, that's not correct. It actually follows the exact same footprint of the garage. So the only issue with it is that part of that footprint, part of it is being taken up by the stair access to the top floor. And this is what when I discussed with planning, it was possible to move those stairs to the exterior, and it reduced the entire length of the laneway by 1 meter. But they were not receptive to that. So as it stands, the laneway suite, the stairway is enclosed, and it perfectly fits the footprint of the garage below.
So the laneway suite, so the livable portion, what you're saying, is consistent with the neighbor's garage, but the reason it's closer to the house is because there's an enclosed stairway. Is that my understanding?
Actually, it's larger than the neighbor's garage. So
yeah,
the entire,
that's my point.
Yes, so it's larger than the neighbor's garage, and there's an enclosed stairway, but that is technically livable space. So really, it's just following the footprint of the parking space below, which is going to accommodate 2 cars, and most likely for the use of the residents of the laneway suite.
So I'm sorry for belaboring this point, but I need to understand this. So the reason it is wider than the existing garage is so that you can meet the bylaw for parking space underneath?
Yes, exactly. So it's also wider so that we can meet some kind of living space above it. Actually, it kind of works out that 2 parking spaces kind of give you the space you need to actually provide a 1-bedroom kind of bachelor apartment above it. So it is critical that it is wider than what it is existing, and again, it is closer to the back wall of the house than permitted, because those parking spaces we're trying to provide the regulation size parking space and not create something ridiculous that nobody will park in.
Okay, thank you.
Larry? Carl, I mean?
Could you put the site plan on? My understanding is that the entrance to the garage, the 2 parking spaces, is from the east. Is that correct?
There is an entrance, there is access as well from the east, and there is kind of access also to the laneway suite from the south. And from the south, when you enter that space where the stairway is, you can also access the garage.
Okay, what I'm concerned with, can you go back to the site plan? That one, yeah. somewhere in your presentation, that strip of land between the lane and the proposed laneway suite is denoted as soft landscaping, but in fact it isn't. It's interlocking paving, and it's so that you can provide access to the 2 parking spaces. Is that correct?
So do you mean that,
The 1.14 meter strip of land beside the laneway suite, that's the entrance to the 2 garage spaces, right?
yes.
Okay, and then to the south, there's another area that's right there. It says interlocking driveway. What is that used for?
So the owner has explained to me that currently that is an interlocking piece of land that is that the city, when they rebuilt the laneway, they provided access to that piece of land. So occasionally the owner does use that as a place to temporarily park the vehicle. But I think the point of this enclosed parking is to kind of alleviate that and let this piece of land kind of into city control, like this entire kind of section should be. But also the owner is maintaining that piece of city land, and the city has not taken issue with it because they consider.
Okay, my concern is simply that if that's a parking space under the, I gather that the only way to get into it now would be to drive over the boulevard. Or can you access it from the lane?
No, you can access it from the lane, and you can actually see that in the supporting documentation I provided.
Yeah, it's already existing. You showed photograph of it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
so you can
it's still
access it from the
maintained as a parking space.
Yes, and the city provided didn't create a curb cut there when they rebuilt the lane. They provided a smooth transition to that parking space.
From the lane.
Yes, from the lane. So it's definitely not accessed from the street.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, Carl, can I just, along on to that? So I just need to, is that's city-owned land, is that correct?
Yeah.
That's correct.
It's not privately owned land, so technically, either you can't park on there, or you would have to get city permission to be able to park on there, is that correct?
Yes.
Does the owner have permission to park on there?
I don't know, and whatever the case may be there, it's going to comply with the city regulations, because the city is aware of this spot, and hence why when the laneway was rebuilt and the paving was redone, they actually made it accessible by not building a curb and by allowing basically the car to access it via the laneway. But I do not know if the city has that kind of the owner has that kind of permission, or what it would even look like, because it wouldn't be called, front yard parking or street parking or anything like that.
Okay, George O'Neill.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. O'Neill is not in attendance anymore.
Okay. Donald Walcott.
And Donald is here but can't be on mute for some reason. I had to give him a call, but it doesn't look like he's able to speak.
He's not here?
He's here, but he can't. I think he's just listening in, and I can't mute him. So.
Okay. All right. So, all right. So we're going into committee. Does anyone have any comments? Yim?
I looked at the application. Actually, I looked through the staff report, and I think that the staff report either we support it or then it actually makes no sense to delete the variances they recommend, because I don't think that it can build a suite with that recommendation. When I look at the site and also the context, it actually fits because it actually has a very good advantage that it's actually facing at another street, and it's got a lot of landscaping in front, and the laneway proposed, the laneway house seems to actually enhance street view from the other street called Williams. I mean, I don't have problem with this after studying the site and the context, and that's my opinion.
All right, Larry?
Yeah, I would agree. I read this one very carefully, and particularly the staff report refusing it. It's clear that the staff report refusal is primarily to deal with the separation distance between the proposed laneway and the back of the house. But I think we always have to look at these applications in context, and Im makes the point that I was going to make, which was this is unique because it does have a rather large side area. It does face not only a lane, but a street. You know, I was a little bit concerned about how wide it was, but I understand in order to park 2 cars in there, then that is the depth that you need to safely park 2 vehicles underneath. It's a little higher than what we like, but I think the height is because of that extension for mechanicals, probably air conditioning on the top. I think Carl would know best from looking at the plans. But overall, I think these are the, you know, this is a supportable, in my view, laneway application. Even if you go down that lane and travel there, there are other townhomes in there as well. So I don't think it would be a negative impact on the character of the neighborhood. And I think it's the kind of, notwithstanding the separation distance, which does give me a little pause, I think it's mitigated by the shape and size of the side lot. So I'm supportive of this application, notwithstanding planning staff's recommendations to refuse.
All right, any other comments? Or Yim and Larry, do you want to make one of you want to make a motion? Aaron?
I just want to confirm with my other 2 colleagues, and usually I would also follow the staff instructions or recommendations from the report, but I think the fact that this laneway is intersecting with a street, Buller Avenue, so that create a different context, which I think the scale and the massing is still appropriate if you look at it from the street view. So I would be able to support the application as well.
Yes, Carl?
I'll join in. I agree with my colleagues. I think this is a unique situation. The planning department report is concerning, but I do think that when you look at context, that this is a supportable application. And have Larry or Yim put a motion forward? Because I'd be happy to support it.
Not yet. Yim?
Okay, yes, I'm willing to move a motion approval. I don't think there's any conditions, but I would like to have it tied to the drawings that's submitted. What do you think?
I'll second that, but I think there's a standing engineering conditions as well.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Yeah, they always have that. Yeah.
Okay, so the motion is approval subject to the engineering conditions?
And I think Yim wanted it tied to plans.
Yes.
Okay. All right, and you seconded, Larry?
I did.
All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. Number 8, 626 Manning Avenue. Purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a 3rd floor front addition, a front basement walkout, a rear 3-story addition, and a rear 3-story deck. This dwelling will contain a total of 4 residential units, also to construct a 2-story detached ancillary building in the rear yard abutting the laneway that will contain a laneway suite. Overall, a total of 5 residential units will be on this lot. with this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, a report from engineering, interest and concern from 624 and 627 Manning, and opposition from 3 or 4 residences on Manning, and from the Palmerston Area Residents Association, and a 9-signature petition in opposition. In addition, there's a 4-signature petition in support by occupants of Manning Avenue, and opposition from 574 Manning Avenue, and clarification regarding correspondence in opposition from, I believe, the applicant. Okay. Mr. Eagleman.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and fellow committee members. My name is David Eagleman, 900 the East Mall, Suite 300. I'm a planner from Design Plan Services, and I'm the agent on behalf of the owner.
Okay, we need your presentation, sir, because there's opposition.
No problem. So, through you, Mr. Chair, before getting into the variances, I would like to note that consultation with community planning staff has occurred regarding this application, and revisions to the proposal were made to the satisfaction of community planning staff. Regarding variance number 1 and number 4, both of these variances are effectively the same, with the only difference being that the calculation of variance number 4 includes the proposed soft landscaping in front of the laneway suite, whereas the calculation of variance number 1 does not. As such, I will deal with both variances together. I would kindly like to ask staff to pull up the proposed site plan. As demonstrated on the site plan, a prevailing characteristic of this neighborhood consists of detached garages which access and face laneways at the rear. As a result of this characteristic, dwellings within the neighborhood have a fairly consistent pattern of rear yard soft landscaping area, and this proposal will be maintaining that consistent pattern. As shown on the site plan, in regards to the adjacent dwelling at 628 Manning Avenue, there are some dwellings within the neighborhood which provide very limited amount of rear yard soft landscaping due to both a detached garage as well as hard landscaping in the rear yard. Regarding variance number 2, the proposed height of all side exterior main walls is currently an existing condition on the subject property today, and the proposal is compliant with the maximum permitted building height as per bylaw 569/2013. The proposal will be maintaining a sloped roof design, and there are no windows proposed on both side exterior main walls of the rear additions to mitigate any privacy and overlook concerns. Regarding variance number 3, the proposed additional massing on the subject property will mostly be located in the rear yard and is consistent with the character of other additions within the neighborhood. The additional floor area will be spread over 3 floors and will have little to no impact on the existing streetscape, considering that the style and character of the existing facade is being maintained. From the street, the proposed additional massing will be practically imperceptible, and the altered dwelling will appear to be very similar to the existing dwelling on the subject property today. The proposal is also compliant with maximum height, maximum depth, maximum length, and all building setback requirements, which demonstrates that the proposed additional massing will be in keeping with the existing and planned context for the neighborhood. Additionally, there have been a number of FSI approvals on the same street and within the broader neighborhood, including 649 Manning Avenue, approved at 1.12 times the lot area, 623 Manning Avenue, approved at 1.46 times the lot area, and 604 Manning Avenue, approved at 1.04 times the lot area. In regards to variance number 5 and number 7, these variances are both related to the proposed front yard basement walkout, and I will deal with both variances together. The front yard basement walkout is being proposed within the existing front yard area on the subject property and will align with the existing party wall between the subject property and the adjacent dwelling at 628 Manning Avenue. The front yard basement walkout will be screened by proposed vegetation, and will be in keeping with the existing character of the neighborhood, considering there are a number of front yard basement walkouts along Manning Avenue and within the broader neighborhood, as demonstrated in the submitted photos number 3 to number 8. The subject property is located within an R zone, which permits duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, and apartment buildings, and this demonstrates that the proposed front yard basement walkout will have little to no impact on the neighborhood further than what the bylaw already contemplates. In regards to variance number 6, the proposed front yard landscaping variance is largely a result of the proposed front basement walkout and due to the fact that the existing front yard area is being maintained. A common characteristic of the neighborhood includes large concrete front porches, which appear to take up most and sometimes all of the front yard area of properties within the neighborhood. This is demonstrated by the submitted site plan, where the adjacent dwelling at 628 Manning Avenue has a concrete porch that occupies most of the front yard area. In regards to variance number 8, the proposal includes only slight alterations to the existing building facade and will appear to be very similar to the existing dwelling on the subject property today when perceived from the street. This variance is required only as a result of the proposed front yard basement walkout as well as the altered dormer on the front main wall. In regards to variance number 9, Section 150.10.20.1.3 of Bylaw 569/2013 permits more than one secondary suite within a semi-detached dwelling, and the applicable zone does not establish a maximum number of units on the subject property. The intent of this requirement is in large part to ensure there is a main dwelling unit within a dwelling with secondary suites, and the proposal will be maintaining that general intent and purpose of this requirement by providing an equal distribution of floor area to each unit. Each unit is divided vertically within the dwelling, and each unit will occupy an entire floor. Additionally, most properties along Manning Avenue and within the broader neighborhood context are within the residential R zone, which I've noted previously, and this zone permits semi-detached houses, townhouses, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, and apartment buildings. Consequently, the planned context for Manning Avenue and the broader neighborhood already contemplates building types that would result in a number of units that is the same as or greater than the number of units being proposed through this application. Based on the provided justification, I am of the opinion that this proposal fits in with both the existing and planned context for the neighborhood, is consistent with redevelopment trends along Manning Avenue and the broader neighborhood context, and for these reasons, I believe this application represents good planning and meets the 4 tests under Section 45(1) of the Planning Act. I would be happy to answer any questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel, any questions? Okay. Mr. Ferfaro?
Through you, Mr. Chair, maybe we could go to Ms. Breton because she has an obligation at noon. So if it's possible.
Mary Breton?
Hello. I'm extremely nervous, despite the fact that you all seem incredibly nice.
Miss Breton?
Bear with me.
Miss Breton?
Sorry?
Can we have your name and your address for the record, please?
Of course. My name is Mary Breeden, and I'm at 560 Manning Avenue.
Can we have your concerns?
Yes. I am completely shocked that anyone would consider 5 units on a property of a semi-detached house. For me, this is not in keeping with the street, and frankly, I don't even think it's a great business idea because we've just had the Honest Ed's building constructing thousands of rental units, so I'm not sure how this is all going to pan out. But my objections, I've lived here for 12 years. So my main objection is that you're looking at 5 units with 2 bedrooms. And yes, we all rent our basements, and I know, having rented for 12 years, and it's all illegal and all permitted, everything. You never rent to one person, you rent to 2. So you have 2-bedroom units. That is going to be 2-3 people. So in all honesty, you're looking at dropping in between 20 and 40 people into this area. And I just don't see how this is a viable idea for a community that is largely residential or duplexes. I mean, to be honest, I have no issue with the laneway suite or a basement apartment. I just think 5 is a tipping point here. And my other big concern is a semi-detached house. If this goes ahead, does that mean my neighbor will be allowed to do a 5-unit house next to me? I guess it's the slippery slope argument that you've heard about. I mean, we're already getting thousands of people coming in with the Honest Ed thing. I really think that we need to take a moment and proceed cautiously. It would be my recommendation. The parks, the schools, I don't know how it's all going to pan out. I would also say we have a climate crisis going on at the moment, and I don't think we see enough consideration. All I see is somebody packing a lot of people in here. Could I say this is like practically a rooming house? I don't know. 2 bedrooms, it's hard to believe. Anyway, those are my main concerns, that I think it's not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, that it's too many people, a borderline rooming house, and not enough consideration for the climate crisis. And when you say that it barely changes the impact to the street in the earlier presentation, that concerns me. Who's defining barely? So that's where I'm at. And I'm on the para board, so I guess I'm partly speaking for para, and I've certainly chatted with some neighbors who have variously not filed letters, etc., because we're not organized and we all have jobs and we're all living in COVID. So that's where we are.
Right.
I'm shocked.
All right, thank you. Panel, any questions? Okay. Do we have Mr. Ferfaro?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. First, I want to agree with everything the previous speaker.
All right, could we have, sir, could we have your name and your address, please?
Yes. My name is Giuseppe Ferfaro. I'm at 454 Gladstone Avenue. I have a connection to Manning Avenue, as my mother lives at 628 Manning Avenue, which is a house attached to the 626. And it's our family home, and my mother's lived there for almost 60 years. And what upsets me is just the size. I just don't think it goes with the neighborhood. 5 units is way too much for a space. I'd like to also point out directly, the 3rd story back addition is basically, with the fire escapes, is going to kill what now is my mother's outdoor deck, and the people to the north of us at 6:30. There'll be no sunlight. There'll be in the morning for certain, and even in the afternoon. I mean, there won't be any backyard to speak of, and I just think it's terribly unfair that a deck that's been used for 40 years now cannot be used properly, just for the purposes of making as much money as one can off a piece of land. And I think that's what the committee should think about. The city has a lot of places where we welcome 1-bedroom and bachelor units for people who need them. But these are neighborhoods. These are neighborhoods that have schools, that need children, that need families, and this proposal is nothing but a shot of making a lot of money out of as little land as possible. I think it's very dangerous, and I hope the committee can see that. It really doesn't belong here, and it brings nothing to the neighborhood except just really a selfish reason to see how much money. We support the laneway housing. We know density is important, but density has to be responsible. Taking that detached house, dividing it in 2, making 2 nice family units, building the laneway house, that makes sense. But 4 units plus the laneway house plus all that extra space, and you know, killing your neighbor's quality of life. Backyards in inner cities are very important. And this proposal not only destroys the backyard that's existing at 626, but my mother's for certain in other neighborhoods. So with that, I really ask the committee to consider, you know, I'll be personal. If you guys were living at 628 or 630 Manning Avenue, I would want you to look and see how this was going to affect you and apply that reasoning. Thank you.
All right. Any questions, panel? All right, Mr. Eagleman?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I would just first like to note that this is a property that is downtown, right at Bloor and Bathurst. So there is good access to transit. It's in close proximity, walking distance to a number of amenities, parks. So this is a downtown property. And in regards to the amount of units that are being proposed, the bylaw does not restrict the number or set a maximum number of units zone. Further, as I noted in my presentation, apartment buildings are permitted within this zone as well and along Manning Avenue. So the number of units being proposed is permitted as of right within this zone, provided that the other requirements of the bylaw are met. And if the interior floor area was rearranged within the proposal, then the number of units would be permitted as of right, provided that the FSI is approved. So the number of units is permitted within this zone. It's contemplated by the bylaw. And in regards to the streetscape, the proposal will, the rear addition will be located, and the additional massing within this proposal will be mostly located in the rear yard. The changes to the front facade are very minimal and only include slightly widening the existing dormer on the front facade and making it a little bit taller, and the front basement walkout. Those are the only changes to the front facade. So from the street, the proposal will look almost identical to what and again, in regards to the rear addition, it will align with the rear addition at 624 Manning Avenue, the adjacent property. It will extend a little bit past the existing addition at 628 Manning Avenue, but it is very much in line with rear additions that have been constructed within this neighborhood. So I appreciate the neighbors' concerns. However, this application represents good planning. It will be providing additional units for families, which is the reason the units are 2 bedrooms, because this is intended to provide rental housing for families. And I believe that this application will have little to no impacts on the adjacent properties as well as the existing character of the neighborhood.
Panel, do you have any questions? Okay, thank you. We take it into committee. Any comments, or do we have a motion? Carl.
Mr. Chairman, I've gone over this application many times, and I'm appreciative of the comments of both the applicant and those people speaking in opposition. I'm unable to support this application. Although 5 units may be permitted, in order to accommodate them on this site, there are a number of quite substantial variances requested with regard to landscaping, floor space index, and height. I don't think that they're in inconsequential, and I think that their cumulative effect is negative to the community. I also think that because of the density issue and the necessity to provide access, there are these rather substantial decks and stairways that are added to the back of the building, all of which are, in my view, concerns for privacy. They can operate, particularly when you've got a property that has got so many residents in it, they will be outdoor recreation spaces. And therefore, I think that there are substantial privacy issues overlooking the properties adjacent. If I'm not incorrect, one of the people opposing is actually the attached semi. I will say that the applicant's to be commended for the way in which he's addressed the front elevation. He's right. It's done tastefully, and it doesn't, I think, detract from the appearance of the building. I think the problem is at the back, whereas one of the appellants indicated backyards are important, and the backyard space in this particular property and in adjacent properties are substantially deteriorated because of these proposals to reduce landscaping, floor space index, and so forth. For all of those reasons, I won't go on at any greater length. I'm unable to support the application.
Jim?
I just like to add, actually, I disagree with the applicant saying that there's no limit to number of units, but there is restriction of the total GFA of secondary suites. And it's 45%, but then asking for 75%. And normally, we always think downtown's development, and then we support a higher density. But in this case, I agree with Kyle in a way that in the immediate two neighbors are quite gravely affected, and there's almost no room for them to maneuver. There's some kind of mitigation. There's maybe some more of side setback. There's almost nothing there for them. And I find that this trend is moving into like over development for this particular site, because we will support laneway house and all that, but it's still supporting a more gentle intensification rather than this. I think it's a little bit too much for the two lakes. If they are in support, I would not object, but I think they do have a point of objection.
Larry?
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to very respectfully disagree with my colleagues on this one. I always like to look at the broader context for these kinds of applications, and this site is a 1-minute walk to Bloor Street, a 2-minute walk to the Christie subway station, a walk to Park, Christie Pits, and Park south of there. I think it is a very attractive site for residents. I think it's an appropriate location for additional density. I take my colleagues' points about the number of units. However, I did take a very close look at each floor plan that is being renovated in the existing house, and they are 2 bedrooms, which is good. It's not single or 1 bedroom, so it is designed to either attract young families or cohabitants. And I did notice that every floor had two bathrooms on it, so the amenities within the floor space itself seem to suggest that we're going to be getting responsible tenants in there. The laneway suite, I have no problems with the laneway suite. I think the massing is towards the rear, so it won't affect the street. I do think on Manning and other streets on this area, we do have other developments which are similar in terms of size and accommodations. The applicant makes the point that this area is zoned for this kind of activity. In fact, it's zoned for apartments if that were appropriate. I'm convinced that given the need in this city for this kind of rental accommodation, its location and its proximity to such a range of amenities, it is in fact, in my view, the kind of gentle density that we should be supporting. So I am in support of this application.
In that case, what do you think about the overlook of some of the higher decks?
Yeah, they look like they're more, to me, they look like access. They don't look like you're gonna put a lounge chair out there and hang around. To me, it's just access up the stairs and enough space so you can actually open a door. I didn't think it was gonna be landings where people are gonna congregate. So I didn't have any difficulties with that.
Okay.
Aaron?
Yes, I actually agree with Larry. I was afraid I'm the only one who is going to support this application. So my office is actually quite close, Arbor and office. I used to live in this area when I was doing my grad school at U of T. So basically, from Manning to Bucks, north of Lenox, south of Blue Street, there are numerous high density, some of them legal, some of them illegal, residential units that are even worse than this. And I think the density that I see now is higher than a normal. If it's placing south of Harbor, I would say this is pretty dense, but it's very close to Blue. And I don't know if you're aware of, there's a supermarket just 1 minute north. It's a very famous Korean supermarket. That whole strip is extremely high density, and I don't think any green space is going to be appreciated anyway in this strip. And there are many small little parks in the block, so I think it is I mean, if we are going to increase the number of units in the city, this is one of the nice place to increase the density, even though it is more than usual. I would support the application. I also agree that the staircase, I think, is to meet the fire access code, right? So that's why it's an open staircase. I guess some people might like to stay there to have maybe have some cigarette, but I don't think that would be a place where people will stay for more than half an hour. So I think I would agree with the application.
I was impressed by the fact that these units are all 2 bedrooms with 2 bathrooms. So I don't see that this is a real sort of over intensification of the building, and I think we need 2-bedroom units. We probably have lots of studios and 1-bedrooms, but not enough 2-bedroom units. So I would support this application as well. So we need someone to make a motion. Larry?
Sure, I'll make a motion to approve this application, and I think it's subject to the standard engineering conditions. And I don't believe there are any other conditions that I propose attaching to this.
All right, we have a seconder.
I want to add, I sort of got convinced by both Larry and Aaron's analysis once he lives in the area. The reason why I thought that it was bad is because they do not have the next door, the opposing neighbors support, and that has concerned me a little bit. And then I think maybe for them it is too much. But I sort of move over to the analysis of the broader planning issues. So I changed my mind.
Okay, all in favor of the motion? All right. Carl, you're opposed?
No, I'm opposed.
Yeah, you're opposed.
Yeah.
Okay, the motion passes 4-1. You have your approval, sir. Yim.
Thank you.
Number 9. 170 Coleridge Avenue. Purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a 3-story rear addition with a 3rd-story rear balcony and a new front porch, as well as a rear ground floor deck. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We
address is 686 Warden Avenue, Scarborough.
Okay, so, we have a very short presentation. Just tell us what this is about.
Sure. So this is an existing two-story, two-bedroom home, approximately 100 square meters. It's a very small house. The owners have lived in this home since 2014, and they have 2 young kids. So they're simply looking to expand some additional space to make their home functional. The idea is to add 3 stories in the rear in a very compact footprint to minimize the length of the addition, as well as minimize the required alterations to the existing home. So this house is situated on a street with a variety of housing types, styles, and sizes. There are many additions. There are some new builds in the area as well. The coverage, density, and height proposed are all in line with other homes that have been altered or rebuilt on the street. And I will also note that the proposed coverage does include an existing storage shed in the rear, which will remain. There are a few variances related to the front yard. This is really due to the fact that the existing home is already set in front of the required setback. The porch is to be rebuilt in the same location. So the front yard landscaping is really not going to be much different than what exists today. The owners did approach several neighbors in the area and obtained 3 letters of support. Planning has reviewed the application, and their only comment was to add privacy screens to the balcony. These are shown on the submitted plans that you have, but we're also happy to include a condition if needed. We are also aware of the forestry comments and accept these as a condition as part of an approval. So in summary, we feel that this proposed addition is modest in nature and does reflect the overall intent of the bylaw. I'm happy to answer any further questions you may have.
All right. Panel, yes, Carl?
The only question I had was, the people that have given you letters of support don't include the adjacent neighbors at 172 and 168. Have you had conversations with them about the application?
Yes, so the owners did approach the immediate neighbors. They did not have concerns, however, they did not want to sign a letter, but they are aware of the application.
Okay, on both sides. They didn't have the concerns that they expressed to you, though?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any further questions? Any comments? Do we have a motion? Yim?
Yes, I have looked through the application, and all the variances to me seem to be minor. And the only the question I had was the privacy screens, but since they already proposed that, I'm not too sure we should make that as a condition, or but we can make it a condition just to be sure. The privacy screen. And other than that, I will move for approval with, subject to forestry 1 and 2 condition, and also a privacy screen on the second floor deck.
So, Yim, would it be better or just as good to say build in accordance with the plans rather than make it a condition?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
That's another condition, okay.
All right, do we have a seconder?
Yep.
Carl, thank you. All in favor? Have your approval. Thank you. Number 10, 14 Beaton Avenue. And the purpose of this application is to reconstruct the rear deck from the main rear wall of the existing 2-story detached dwelling. This new deck will have upper and lower platforms. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have correspondence from Ravenna Natural Feature Protection, and we have a report from Urban Forestry. Mr. Valencia?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, can we have your name and your address for the record? I don't think we need a presentation unless you have something
Yeah, sure. My name is Enrique Valencia. I'm the agent for Charlie Yoon of 14 Beaton Avenue. I just want to point out that I don't know if you have the letters of support that I handed in on November 11th to Bavik. I'm seeing that they're not on the online portal.
Yeah, we don't seem to have any letters of support, but I think we'll, oh, pardon me. I'm looking at the wrong one. Yeah, we have form letters in support, 3. Is that what you were concerned about?
Yeah, there should be just 2 from 12 Beaton and 16 Beaton. But if I have 3, then that's obviously even better.
Again, I'm looking at the, no. Actually, they're none on file. I was looking at the wrong file. So, but I don't think we need to be concerned about letters of support in this application. Is very straightforward.
Yep, that's no further comments.
All right, panel, do you have any questions, or do we have a motion? Yes, Carl?
Mr. Chairman, unless my colleagues have any concerns, I'd like to move approval of this application. Subject forestry condition number 2. I think it's very straightforward, and I'd like to compliment the applicant for such a small application. The presentation drawings were very well done. Thank you.
All right, seconder, Larry, thank you. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Number 11. '82 Jane Street. The purpose of this application is to install a 3rd dwelling unit within the existing 2-story detached dwelling. This dwelling will contain 2 secondary suites. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have opposition from 1 and 2 Humber Trail. Mr. Stickney?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Can we have your name and address for the record, please?
David Stickney, 149 Lowther Avenue, Toronto, M5R3M5.
Okay, so, sir, I don't think we need a presentation. Do you have anything to say before I take it to the committee?
No, sir, I'll answer any questions if the committee members.
Okay. Panel, do you have any questions? Do you have any comments? Do we have a motion? Yes, Larry?
Sure, Chair, I'll move this one. I think this is quite a reasonable application. I know this strip, I'm sure Aaron does too. It is full of a lot of duplexes and triplexes and multi-unit residences on Jane Street. It's a walk to the Jane subway, again, through the amenities that are available both at Annette and Jane, and also on Bloor Street, an appropriate place for additional rental accommodation. I did note that there were a couple of opposition letters from those folks in behind, but I don't really think that overall this is going to have a negative impact on them or the street. So I would move approval, and I don't believe there are any conditions.
Second, Yim, are you seconding? All right, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Number 12, 7 Dixon Avenue. The purpose of this application is to permit a parking pad in the front of the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, and we have 16 form letters in support. Mr. Moot.
Hi there, Jeffrey Moot, Principal Architect.
address, sir?
139 Carlaw Avenue.
Okay, I don't think we need a presentation. Do you have anything you want to say to the committee before I take it into committee?
Existing condition, we have worked with planning staff and a slight relocation of some soft landscaping, but certainly not removing any soft landscape. Condition has been existing for quite some time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Larry?
Yeah, I just wanted a question, just very quickly. Like, why is this before us? I don't quite know why.
Yeah, I don't either.
Was this variance triggered by something else, or?
This is a standalone submission. So staff have been proactive, reaching out to folks along this stretch. I suppose to legalize the front yard parking. So in this case, we were able to fit the spot on private property as opposed to a city-owned boulevard. And so that met their satisfaction in terms of, you know, the intent of this was to ensure that it was on private property.
Okay, just so I understand. So city staff have been looking along this street, along others, saw a parking pad that was not in compliance and asked you to get a variance for it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Do we have a motion?
Mr.
Carl?
Chairman, I have a question. Is the purpose of the application incorrect then? Is it more appropriately to legalize and maintain, because it already exists? It says that the purpose is to permit, and it's actually existing. I had the same question that Larry did. So if it's already there, should it not be to legalize and maintain?
I would agree with that, yes.
All right, Carl, I think that we had some clarification on this issue, because I raised it a couple of weeks ago, and I was told if it exists, I think if it exists, it says to permit. Well, I'm not sure, but I know that one is to permit, and one is to legalize and maintain. Sylvia, maybe
I
can
think
help
one
me.
has the order to comply, it's to legalize and maintain.
Say that again?
I believe when there's an order to comply, it's legalize and maintain.
right.
When it's already an existing as is condition or as built, it's to permit.
So there's no order to comply, so we don't have to say legalize and maintain, it's only permit.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right, do we have any further Yim?
No, I don't have any question. I'm ready to have a motion for approval.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I will move for approval. I don't believe there any conditions.
I don't see any.
No, so that's
Okay.
it. No condition.
All right, do we have a seconder? Yes, Carl, all in favor? Have your approval, thank you. Number 1347 Turner Road. The purpose of this application is to construct 1- and 2-story additions along the south side and east rear walls of the existing 2-story detached dwelling. Also to construct a 1-story front addition, install a front carport, and to construct a rear 1-story detached accessory building. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, support from 3 addresses on Turner, 1 on Brackendale, and 1 on Hillcrest, and 21 form letters in support by residents of Turner, Conrad, and Frank Crescent. Pat Hansen?
Hello?
Yes. Can we
Yes, I'm Pat Hansen, here to represent the owners.
Could we have your address? Ms. Hansen, can we have your address, please?
55 Ossington Avenue, Toronto.
Thank you. We have your comments.
Yes, can I ask to open the presentation material called titled November 23rd, Supporting Material. And I will just go through this brief presentation to give a better explanation of the variances that we are requesting. I'm not seeing, just a little explanation. So the owners of Turner property is a young family, so the house is really to be a renovation and some addition to the existing house to accommodate a family of 4 and some home offices. And just to note that the owners have consulted and met with a good portion of the neighbors and have received 23 letters of support.
All right, you're in the wrong, just a minute, Ms. Hanson. You're in the wrong application. This is Turner Avenue. Turner Road. 13. Okay. Is there any particular item you want on screen?
Yes, I'd like to go to page 2, please. This is the wrong document, though. I've asked to open the document November 23rd, supporting material.
It's in the supplementary material, I think. Stop the time.
Correct. Go to page. No, this is a letter from yesterday. We're looking for a file that is called November 23rd, supporting material. Sorry. I'm so sorry, this is not the correct file.
Yeah, this was a response to a opposition, not the.
Yes. It isn't this file, I'm so sorry. It is titled November 23rd, so you should be able to see that. Yes.
Is this
Thank
it?
you. Can you go to page 2 of this document? Thank you. I'm going to explain a little more detail on the variances. If you actually can focus on the image, yes, that's perfect. So we have variance 1 is a front yard setback, and that variance is triggered because the porch, the way that we've designed it, or the front entry alcove, is partially enclosed. The bylaw calls for 50% openness on a front entryway, and ours does not conform to that. So what that means is, while we are maintaining the main wall of the house, and that's actually consistent with our neighbors to the north and to the south, because the entryway is partially enclosed, it triggers the variance, which means that we're closer to the front property line than is allowed. If you go to the next drawing, on the next page, you can see what that means in a plan form. So that dark red heavy line represents the existing wall of the existing house. You can see how it aligns with the neighbors to the north and to the south. And it's really only the projection, which is partially enclosed entryway, that is triggering that variance. If you go to the next page, there's an explanation of variance 2. And variance 2 is pretty much triggered by the same kind of issue with the sort of slightly enclosed entryway. So again, the main wall of the house and the addition as measured from the main wall of the existing house is 17 meters, which complies with building length according to the bylaw. However, because of this partially enclosed entryway, the building length actually ends up being 18.8 meters. But again, we submit, as you go to the next page, that really is minor, and it's just a result of having, so you're seeing those 2 diagrams in red on that sheet. You can see the diagram to the left shows a cantilevered porch, which is the existing condition, and the image to the bottom, over to the right, shows how we've integrated the entryway into the design, the redesign of the front of the house, so it is slightly colored. It's got a solid wall to the north, rather than it being completely open, and a glazed wall to the south. So it does still appear quite light. So just slightly more enclosed than is allowed, and that's what's triggering those 2 variances. If you go to the next page, we have a variance. We're requesting 0.57 times coverage on the site. You can see the blue represents the existing house. The red color represents the extent of the addition on the ground floor and on the upper floor. And then if you were to focus on the diagram below that, just scroll up a tiny bit, this is information that we've received from the statistics from City of Toronto, which shows what the FSI is in the sort of immediate area. In red, it shows everything that's over 0.44 times coverage. That's about 31% of the houses in this neighborhood. With respect to anything that is an increase of the 0.577, there are 8 properties in this area that are over that density, including one door away on Turner Avenue to the south, and that property is at 0.59 times coverage. So again, we submit there is good amount of precedent for a building that is increasing the size to this extent. And then the last variance, number 4, the next page, is a variance there, or we think that we're meeting the intent of the bylaw in spirit by tucking away or extending the second floor addition here, which allows us to sort of tuck the car in beyond the front wall, the principal existing facade of the house. So here you're seeing an existing condition. We're keeping the existing curb cut, the existing drive, but tucking by virtue of extending the facade on the street facade, tucking the car in behind. If you go to the next drawing, the next sheet, actually, I think you scrolled by one too fast. Can you go back up? Yes, can you scroll into that plan diagram at the bottom? So here you see what we're doing. So again, I bring your attention to the main front wall of the house and to show you where the carport is, so that the car is tucked away beyond the main front wall of the house. But the sort of technical reading of that bylaw is that because we have a 1-story addition to the side of the house, the west facade of that addition is considered to be the front wall of the house. That's why the variance is triggered. But really, in principle, the spirit of it is to really try to screen the car and to provide a kind of dedicated spot for the car that's not living on the driveway. So then you can go to the next set of photographs on the following page, and you will see many conditions, the conditions up in a long Turner about how cars are managed on these properties. So when we sort of submit that we're going to sort of tuck this away and make it less noticeable. Those are the 4 variances. I sort of would submit that the 3 of them are very, very minor and technical in nature, and that the variance with respect to FSI, there is goodly precedent in the neighborhood and on the street for that size of house. We are, committed to making a house that is contextually sensitive to the neighborhood, and we believe that these variances are minor and really request that they're accepted by the committee. That concludes my presentation.
Jim?
Yes, I just like to know the proposed plan, the new driveway portion, and also the back, the patio portion. Are you planning to use permeable pavement?
We haven't actually got that far. We are a landscape and architecture firm, and we're very, very dedicated to managing urban water and stormwater. So yes, as we proceed through we will definitely investigate that.
Yes, Carl?
I wonder, in the correspondence and support, it actually raises a concern, and it's about these 2 trees that you've responded to in our added material, the magnolia, and I think it's a fir in the backyard. I wanted to clarify the question of the magnolia. My understanding in the drawing that you have of neighborhood context, and I don't know if we could get that one called up, it's
You could go back to that presentation and we could see.
yeah. On that particular drawing, there's an angled walkway. No, that's not the one that it's called the neighborhood plan. No, it's on the original material. It's called the neighborhood plan. You had it on a minute ago.
Yeah.
There.
Yes, okay.
The walkway in this drawing is angled, and from my reading, that would avoid this magnolia tree that there is some concern about. In the proposed drawing, the proposed site plan, that walkway comes out straight to the street and would appear to require the removal of the magnolia. Not to make too large a point of it, but is the location of this walkway, first of all, have I read it correctly? And secondly, would you have any concern with altering the walkway location so that the magnolia could be preserved? It seems to be of some concern to your neighbors, although they've written it under the correspondence of support. They actually, their entire presentation is about concerns about these trees.
Yeah, one of the reasons that we did remove the magnolia in this set of drawings is because it overlaps the tree preservation of the Norway maple, that really, really significant large.
The great big one. That's the larger one that's almost mid-center, right?
Yeah, and so we are absolutely committed to doing everything to ensure the health and preservation of that. If I know, I mean, I'd have to discuss this more with my clients, but I think that they would be happy to preserve the magnolia, but they can't guarantee it because of the preservation that we have to, the tree preservation that we have to concern ourselves with the larger tree.
That's fair enough, but you would look at, if it were possible, you would look into altering the walkway such that the magnolia could be preserved if it wasn't in fact going to inhibit the preservation of the larger tree.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Ms. Hanson, perhaps you could help me here. I have seen, we have lots of applications where they try to preserve Norway maples, but I've also read an article relating to the ravines where they say Norway maple is an invasive species. We had a Norway maple in our front yard in our last house. It was a horror story. So I'm surprised that you want to preserve a Norway maple over a magnolia tree.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned that. I mean, Norway maples are considered invasive species, and definitely within the ravine lands, they, you know, are not favored trees. But this is a city tree, and it does comply, and it is a tree that urban forestry would want us to keep. Yeah.
Okay, to each his own.
And the magnolia the magnolia tree does not have any of that attributes of a heritage tree or caliper size that would require us maintaining it. Not that we don't like it, and it's very pretty.
Okay, Sheila Doherty.
I'm sorry, can I ask a question to answer? But in the proposal, you're proposing to remove the tree though, right? The magnolia tree. You did not indicate that you might keep it on your plans.
No, it's shown as removed in the documents right now. Correct.
Okay, Sheila Doherty.
Hi, my name is Sheila Doherty, and I live at 43 Turner Road, which is immediately south of this building, and there is no number 45 on the street for some reason. I really strongly attached to the idea of keeping both the magnolia because it is a mature magnolia. It's about 35, 40 years old, and it's multi-stemmed and is much admired by so many people in the neighborhood. But also, in addition, the large white spruce at the back is at least 60 to 70 feet tall. And not only does it have a role in terms of the diversity of the canopy in the area, but it also is a buffer between neighbors, because when you look out the back, one of the dominant themes in this small section of the street, both my street and the one behind us, is this large evergreen tree. And it is both a nesting site for birds and also a buffer in terms of noise and the quality of the air. And you take out a mature tree like that, it must be at least 70 years old, and replace it with even the best possible replants of trees, you can't achieve a canopy like that for many decades. And I can't see any reason for removing it. It's a wonderful tree. We unfortunately next door, when they rebuilt, we didn't realize that they removed all the mature trees from the back of the garden. So that was a loss 4 years ago. We've already noticed a noticeable reduction in the bird activity in the neighborhood with the loss of that. And to lose one more really wonderful tree in the back garden would be really a loss. For just someone to say, well, we're going to put in new trees and they'll all look the same. So I strongly encourage us, given the forestry plan that the city has, it is a small ask of the rebuild to consider these two trees.
All right, thank you. Any questions, panel? All right, Ms. Hanson?
Yeah, if that's the end of the objections, I think we are, in the process of, finalizing a landscape plan for the property. Again, I just want to reiterate that I believe the clients hired us because we do both architecture and landscape, and so the integration of the two is important. And our commitment and our client's commitment to the tree canopy on this street and in the city is significant. There is at least 20 trees proposed, new trees proposed for the rear garden. So, apart from the fact that the white spruce that's being talked about, which may not be quite as beautiful once the garage is taken down at the rear, I think it's been growing quite asymmetrically. is, and it is not a protected tree, is something that, we would like to, reserve judgment on and have a little bit more flexibility on how we kind of finally envision, the sort of, new trees and the planting and the shaping of the rear garden. Again, I think the magnolia is, we've heard this a bit in some of our conversations since we've received this letter of objection, that it is a well-loved street tree and, pretty glorious in the spring when it blooms. So we are more appreciative of that.
Right, thank you. Panel, any questions, or do we go into committee? Any
I
comments?
can start with just a comment about the tree, and I am glad that the applicant agreed that maybe that the magnolia should be kept in the front, because when I look at the reason, is that to remove a tree, just try to string the path. I don't think it's a very good planning reason. So I think the trees should be preserved. That's my only concern. Other than that, I think the variances are quite minor. Regarding the tree at the back, because since there's no urban forestry comment on that, I'm not too sure I can make any judgment on that myself.
All right, any further comments? Do we have a motion? Carl?
I do like to also mention about the permeable paver, because when I look at the proposal, it's considerably large area that's going to be paved, and I think that maybe we can put a condition for permeable paver. What do you think? What do other people think?
Larry?
My only observation is, I agree with you, but I don't think it needs to be, the applicant can do whatever they want. I don't think it needs to be permeable underneath the roof in that section. It's just that portion from the front of the house out towards the street that needs to be permeable.
Oh, okay, okay, well, how do you describe that?
I would just say that the portion of the new driveway between the house and the street be
Okay.
done with permeable pavers.
Okay, and also, would you support the motion with the condition to keep the magnolia?
I'm happy with that. I don't know if that's enforceable. Maybe staff could help us on that one.
I mean, through you, Mr. Chair, urban forestry hasn't identified that, and I don't know that's a magnolia tree is part of how should I put it, of significant interest to urban forestry. They haven't weighed in on any conditions, so I'd be kind of remiss, but it's in your hands.
Oh, then, in that case, I think I would like to impose that condition then.
You want to impose a condition that the magnolia tree be preserved?
Yes.
Shouldn't we be leaving it to urban forestry, Yim?
Yeah, but then if that's the case, they should have given us a report, right? Since they do not have a report, I'm just worried that it will be missed.
Yes, Carl?
I wonder, Yim, if we might say that the magnolia, every effort is being made to maintain the magnolia with the, in consultation with the forestry department.
Oh,
Because
okay.
the concern I have is the one that the applicant raised, which is that if the maintenance of the magnolia means that the street tree dies, and the street tree's one that forestry's already indicated they want retained, then we have a problem. So I think if you just invite forestry into that conversation about maintaining the magnolia, you've kind of done what you'd like to do, and you've done it in a way that still involves forestry.
Oh, okay, yeah, I agree with that. That's more watertight, right, the condition, yeah. That's
Okay, I'd second that motion.
Mhm.
Okay.
With the, yeah.
Sylvia, did you get that?
I'll word something regarding the magnolia tree, and just for clarification for the permeable pavers, that was for the driveway or the parking space? I wasn't clear.
The driveway, Yim?
Yes, it's the driveway from the street property to the house.
To the parking
Up
space.
to the building, yeah.
Yeah. To the front of the parking space, not under the roof. Okay, thank you. All right, all in favor? All right, you have your approval, thank you. Larry, I believe, yeah. Okay, number 14, 154 Monarch Park. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a complete third-story addition and a rear ground floor deck. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant. We have correspondence in support from 156 and 158 Monarch Park Avenue, and 7 form letters in support from addresses on Monarch Park and 1 on Strathmore Boulevard. Mr. Moscow?
Yes, present.
Yes, can we have your name and your address for the record, please?
David Moscow, 14 Augustus Terrace, Toronto.
Okay. So I don't think, sir, we need to have a presentation. Do you have anything to say that you think the committee needs to hear? I'm going to hear from one other person, but that person is in support, so I don't think you need to make a presentation. But if you want to say something to the committee before we go into committee, please go ahead.
Yes, I have something to add. A revised zoning bylaw notice was submitted November the 9th, so I want item number 4 to be deleted. It is not required. Item number 4.
Okay.
Okay. Also, revise item number 5 to be reduced from 1.2 times the area to 1.19.
All right, we also need the square meters.
Oh, it's fine. 201.4 is fine.
Okay.
It's fine. And then, item number 6, change that from 10.4 meters to 10.3 meter height.
Okay. Is that it, sir?
That's it. And just that, since this application's gone in, we've been contacting community planning, and at that point, there was no concerns whatsoever. And the most important thing is our letters of support, and also from the adjacent neighbors.
Thank you. Steve McCallett-Itzka?
Oh, Chair, can I just ask a question, Chair?
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, I don't have any real problems with this application, I don't think, but whenever I see a doubling of FSI, I just like to ask. I assume it's not actually doubling. Do you know what the existing FSI is of the house?
The existing FSI is 0.79%.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question as well.
Yeah.
I noticed, unless I've missed it, that 156, which is the attached semi, isn't in the letters of support, and I'm wondering if you've had conversations with them. My only reason for asking is you have a third floor deck, and I would wonder if they would be concerned with privacy.
To address the third floor deck is just for egress only. It's a small 3 feet out by 6 feet wide, and that's for an OBC egress. So it's really just you open the door, but there's no room really to sit. And yes, the owners, we've got an email from them which was submitted into the committee for November 15th from the owners at 156. No, they did not sign the formal letter, but they sent in an email. And my client has they've been talking to them extensively through this whole process. and we do have support from them.
Okay, thank you very much. That's helpful.
Mr. Kalitska?
Steve, you've been unmuted if you want to try to unmute yourself on your device.
Is he there?
Steve, if you can try to unmute yourself on your device, I have unmuted you on our end. I do have his phone number if you want to
Yeah.
give him a call.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry about that. Audio problems. It's Steve Mikulicka, 156 Monarch Park adjacent. I approve the plans as stated.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we don't need to hear from you again, Mr. Moskal. Taking it, we're going into committee. Any further questions, comments, or do we have a motion? Carl?
Mr. Chairman, unless my colleagues have any concerns with this, I think it's a straightforward application that's been very well handled. I would like to move approval of the application subject to forestry condition number 2, but I'd also like to tie the approval to building in substantially in accordance with the plans. And my reason for that is the way in which the third floor has been dealt with is very sympathetic to the existing building. It's tucked for the most part behind an existing pitched roof, and I think that's a sophisticated and appropriate way to handle it. I would not want to see it done in another way, so I would like to tie the approval to plans.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Aaron, all in favor? Have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 15, 135 Riverdale Avenue.
So that would be up, as amended.
Yes.
Thank you.
And the purpose of this application is to construct a two-story detached ancillary building, a garage with storage space above, in the rear yard of the property. With this property, we have only material submitted by the applicant. Mr. Mullet?
Yes, hello.
Yes, can we have your name and address for the record? I don't believe we need a presentation.
Mark Mullet, 17 Kingsbury Avenue, Toronto.
All right, do you have anything to say before we take it into committee?
No, that's fine, thanks.
Okay. Panel, do you have any questions, or do you have comments, or do we have a motion? Yes, Yim?
Oh, okay, I'm sort of waiting. Okay, I have no problem with this application is that, and then they do not show that they will have plumbing or anything in the garage. And just to have storage loft on the top, I think it's supportable, and I can have a motion to approve. I don't think there's any condition. Okay.
Yeah, Larry?
just want to go on record. I'm just going to be a little bit contrarian here, and I think I've done this fairly consistently. When I see garages that exceed heights just for storage, I do have a problem with that. I appreciate that there's no opposition, but in my view, height exceptions for garages or ancillary units are acceptable when they have a broader community good like a laneway suite or potentially in the future a garden suite. I don't think having a high garage in the backyard with just storage benefits the neighborhood at all. And I generally don't support them. So for the record, I imagine my colleagues will have a different view, but that's just mine.
Larry, one time we had a garage where they wanted to, or a garage where they wanted to put a second story on for use as a, I don't remember what it was to be used for, but they had 900 square feet, and there was, you know, a small family, and there was absolutely no other place to do it. So, I mean, perhaps, Mr. Mullet, is there some reason why your client needs storage above their garage?
Yes, they have a growing family. They have a young child, and they have another one on the way, actually. And it is Toronto. There is limited amount of space for storage in their home currently. As we all know, living in Toronto, that is a pretty big issue. So they would just like to have some more space for their growing family.
Okay.
It is consistent with the neighborhood and those the laneway garages in that area.
Are they two-story garages?
Yes, actually, my company did the suite next door. It is a laneway suite, as you did mention, Larry. The family do want to potentially have something in the future, maybe a laneway suite or a garden suite, but at this time it doesn't work for them. So the storage is the best solution for their family right now.
Okay. Carl?
I wonder with that explanation, if the following might work. I was going to recommend that it be tied to plans, and my reason for that was because the storage space was limited. It doesn't address Larry's concern about the 2 stories, but I read this application as temporary. Maybe I was guessing, but I assumed that what we were getting here was a garage with temporary storage space, which would ultimately be changed to a laneway suite. Sounds as though that's in the thinking of the applicant, and I don't have trouble with that rather than having them come back and put a whole second story on. But I'm wondering if tying it to plans and therefore limiting the amount of storage space would be of any benefit at all.
I can add my comment. When if you look at the sessions, it's actually, I do not know whether trying to plan or limit the amount of storage makes too much sense, because I think there is concerns about the height and the mass. Yeah. But when you look at the session, there's not enough height for a second story right now. I think the headroom is only 7.6, but the storage floor, they only just use 2x8, so there's not much height that they can do it unless it's a loft. But I think that we're predicting too much, and that I'm not too sure adding that condition would address Larry's concern anyway. What do you think?
Oh, no, fair enough. I'm convinced. I would be prepared to second Yin's motion.
Okay. All right, all in favor of approval? All right, I have 4, and Larry, you're opposed. 4 to 1 in favor. The next application is number 16. And there's substantial opposition. I suggest we take a short break at this time. 5 minutes, Yeah, but it wasn't, yeah, no conditions. She just said small and it's not enough headroom.
Oh, good, they just took their lunch too. Oh my God, great.
Do we have a quorum? Whenever I come here, I can tell when I need a haircut. Okay, we have a quorum. Next item's number 16, 130 Simpson Avenue. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a third-story addition, a two-story rear addition with a third-story rooftop deck, also to construct a two-story ancillary building in the rear yard whereby the ground level will be a garage and the second level will contain a laneway suite. The existing garage will be demolished. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. Reports from planning and urban forestry, a letter of concern from counselor, 9 form letters in support and opposition from properties on Simpson Avenue, Victor Avenue, and that's it. Pardon? Oh, supplementary covering letter from Christopher Smith, agent, 3 form letters in support, and a 31 signature petition in opposition. That's pretty impressive. Mr. Smith?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, can we have your name and your address for the record, please?
My name is Christopher Smith. My address is 80 Redwood Avenue, Toronto, Ontario, M4L 2S6, and I am the agent for 130 Simpson Avenue.
Okay, so Mr. Smith, before we start, you have, there's 7 people in opposition who want to speak. Do you think you might want to consider deferring this matter?
I think that's exactly what I wanted to lead with. You know, basically, given that we hadn't received support from planning up until November 24th, I was going to suggest that if opposition was agreeable, that we defer at this time to have more time to sit down and discuss the merits of this case and application because of the fact that we have full support of planning now.
So I didn't quite get it. Are you suggesting deferral or not?
Yes. If opposition is agreeable, due to the fact that we got approval from planning on November 24th, we are agreeable to deferral if opposition feels that that would be beneficial to them.
Okay, and deferral for the purpose of conferring with the neighbors and trying to allay their concerns or satisfy their objections?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so let us go to Susan Williamson.
Good afternoon, this is Susan Williamson.
Okay, 126 Simpson Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. So are you in favor of a deferral?
Under the assumption that the proposal is being revised by Mr. Smith and then resubmitted, is that what that means?
No, it means that he's going to consult with you and others who are opposed and try and reach some consensus.
Yes, I on a personal level, yes, then I would suggest that would work. works. I would like the opportunity for others that are participating in this meeting, that are spearheading this discussion, to weigh in if that's possible.
Well, I'm going to canvass everybody that's on
Thank
the
you.
call. Okay, but you're in favor of deferral.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Carolyn Hay?
Carolyn Hay, 139 Victor Avenue.
Okay, are you in favor of a deferral?
I'm a little bit on the fence on this one because I would like to just point out that we didn't know about this entire project until we got a notice in the mail. We never heard about it.
Yes,
I did get
Miss
a
Hay,
text
Miss
from
Hay,
the applicant
Miss Hay.
a week ago.
All right,
Yes.
Miss Hay.
Yes.
We're at this point, we're talking about a deferral, and the fact that you didn't hear about it until a week ago is not really relevant at this point, and all the more reason, frankly, why you should want a deferral, to be able to discuss it with the applicant and try and point out what your views are and perhaps reach some kind of accommodation.
Yes, I totally agree with you, Chairman. I'm just stating my mistrust of the negotiations, that there was never any consulting or considering of any of the neighbors adjacent to them, and we're right across the laneway. So it does go to character and trust. So, I
Well,
mean,
you can see what happens in the negotiations and see if
Sure.
they can establish trust with you. All right, thank you. Kimberly Peter?
Hello, thank you. Here at 132 Simpson Avenue. Yes, I would accept a deferral, but I do want to shift the conditions, Chris Smith, from just listening to being heard as well. That this
Yes,
is a
well,
bi-directional thing rather than a sales job. And under those conditions, I would
Miss
accept-
Peter,
I would
Miss
accept
Peter.
a deferral under those conditions.
Well, a deferral is for the purpose of, I think Mr. Smith has agreed, is for the purpose of consulting with the neighbors and negotiating with them. It means a two-way street. All right.
Yes, I would accept a two-way street. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. Michael Kavluck?
Through Mr. Chair, Mr. Kavlik is not here.
Okay. John Sauvé?
Yes, my name is John Sauvé. I live at 132 Simpson Avenue. My wife and I were completely blindsided and gobsmacked when we received the notice of hearing. Clearly, the objective was to delay, defer, and obfuscate, to dilute resistance to redevelopment.
Right, Mr.
This is
Sauvé.
direct opposition to the city's guidance, which
All right,
strongly recommends consulting neighboring properties.
All right, Mr. Sauvé, we're not interested in that at this time. You can express your concerns to Mr. Smith when you meet with him. Are you in favor of a deferral for the purpose of negotiating with the applicant?
The applicant had months and months to address their
Mr.
neighbors.
Sauvé, we're addressing the issue of deferral at this time. Are you in favor of it or not?
For the applicant, yes, I agree to deferral.
Okay,
As
thank you
long as
very
it-
much. Mr. Duffy?
Hugh Duffy, 139 Victor. I have the same concerns, but I'll agree to a deferral.
All right, thank you very much. Panel, we have, all the parties are consenting to a deferral. Do we have a motion for that, to that effect? Larry? Or Yim? Go ahead, Yim.
Yes, I move for, approve the deferral as the reason set out by the applicant is to consult the neighbor, and that's it. Yep.
Okay, you're seconding that, Larry? All right, all in favor of deferral? You have a deferral, sir. Thank you very much. Number 17, 34 Ellsworth Avenue. purpose of this application to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by extending the habitable space within the attic and constructing a 3rd-story rear deck. With this application, you have material submitted by the applicant, Rayed Al-Rawi.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Yes, good afternoon. Can we have your name and your address for the record, please?
Rayed Al-Rawi from Professional Floor Plans, 5147 Preservation Circle, Mississauga, Ontario, L5M74. I'm the agent and the designer.
Okay, so there is someone else on the line. I'm not sure whether he or she is in opposition or just in interest, but perhaps you could just give us a very brief presentation.
Yes, sir. We are applying for 2 variances here. One of them is for the floor area ratio resulting from raising the rear part of the attic space to become livable space, and this triggered a minor variance regarding floor area index. Technically speaking, the maximum allowed is 0.69 times the area of the lot, and we are asking for 0.88 times the area of the lot. When we draw the house and we measure it carefully, the existing house, even before starting raising the rear part of the attic, it was 0.74% of the house area. So the addition of the attic is actually not the full difference, but it's maybe half of that difference. And because of the lot size is very small, which is this is why it looks like a higher percentage, but the area is very, very minimized for a semi-detached house. So this was the first thing, is that we are raising the rear part of the attic space to allow for a washroom and a decent usable area. The same thing has been done by lot 30 and lot 36. So we are matching what has been done previously in the same neighborhood. The second variance is purely a technical variance. When we did the legal survey, we found that the existing height of the house is 9.6 meter, while the zoning bylaw asked for 9.5 meter. The difference is only 10 centimeter, but it is existing. We are not adding anything in this in our addition or changes, because we are keeping the same roof height as is. So the only thing is that to have aesthetic changes to the attic to allow for a more usable space and allow the deck is not part of the minor variance. I appreciate the neighbor concern at 32 regarding the water and safety of his house during construction. These things are easily managed in the building permit stage, and we can solve it. But actually, it's only raising the rear part height and fixing the house with a parapet for the deck to achieve a livable space and more convenience to use the rear yard from the upper floor. And I'm ready for any questions.
Okay, any questions, panel? Yes, Carl? Carl?
Just trying to, there. Sorry, I couldn't get my mic on. Could you clarify the height of the screen around your deck? The normal that we suggest is 1.5 meters. Is that what you were thinking of?
Yes. In case any condition from the committee to raise this or make it more solid or non-transparent for the sake of the neighbors, we put 7 feet in our drawings, but we are flexible to do whatever is good for the neighbors.
Okay, the normal requirement that we have is 1.5 meters, and it's permanent and opaque, and that appears to be slightly shorter than what you proposed, so you wouldn't have difficulty with that.
Yes, we are okay with that. We have no issue if this is a condition committee.
Okay. Wilson Lau?
Hi everyone in the committee. My name is Wilson Lau. I live at 21 Gordon Way. My father is the owner of 32 Ellsworth, which is the adjacent unit right beside, I guess, sharing the common wall to the applications unit, Lynn. I don't live there currently. I've lived there since '78, so I do know the area. But this is my first time. So things I might say, please accept my rookiness of this. That is my first time addressing such a committee. The issues I wanted to bring up is mainly because I'm used to buying something, and if there's something that should be written on the receipt, it should be there. Just in case, one thing is obviously I apologize, I forgot his name, the contractor and designer mentioned is the possible damage to my father's roof. Because they do have a common wall, it sounds like it's, or looking at the plans, I don't know exactly what it means, but it looks like it's gonna be tearing down a wall which is shared by part of, it's actually a roof wall that is kind of slanted currently, which is gonna be basically the extension of their wall, but then that also breaks my father's wall. So my father is concerned that that's gonna have any type of damage to his side. Secondly, the water runoff from the deck. I know the other units across, I just want to make sure that in writing or somewhere like that, or this committee can put in provision that the water runoff from snow or what does not increase or slide over to my dad's side, doubling or maybe increasing at all, cause possible erosion to my father's roof because of the height advantage now. I originally, I didn't see the plans until I looked at this morning. I didn't know to go on the app, Toronto. I originally thought that the extension of the thing was going to extend onto the weaker side of the back. I guess it looks like, looking at the plan now, it's on the main building, so that's okay. I mean, we've known Lynn for a long time. I don't want to put any say. I was asked, do I oppose or do I approve? Because my points are more of an opposition standpoint, I said I was going to oppose. I know it's probably going to pass. I just wanted to see if there's any provisions or possibilities to say that during the construction, I don't know what kind of equipment's being moved there, but since it's pulling a deck, most likely that equipment is going to be put onto my father's side of the roof, temporary for them to use.
All right, Mr. Lau, Mr. Lau.
I don't know, sorry, yes.
All right, Mr. Lau. Yeah. No, I don't want to tell you your time's up, but we, as a committee, don't have anything to do with the construction aspect of it.
Okay.
And
well,
so when they,
this is my first time addressing this type of committee. I don't know what it encompasses.
Yeah, okay.
All
right.
So that's my concerns for my father regarding this project.
But those are things, take up with with your father's neighbor, and I would think that those things will be governed by during the building by the building department. So you could check with them to make sure these things are going to be looked after. But we don't have any authority over any of the issues that you raised.
I see. Okay. Like I said, I'm totally rookie at this, and this is the first time we've had this type of application for any property we have.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Al-Rawi. We don't need to hear from you because no issues were actually raised that are relevant. Panel, do you have any questions of Mr. Rawi, or do we have a motion? Yes, Carl.
I do have a question for the applicant. For the benefit of the last speaker, could the applicant explain how the deck is drained, the direction in which it's being drained, and how it's being drained?
Yes, the deck, actually, we are not building a new deck. The deck is existing, and everything is as per the existing conditions. We are only adding the fence to the deck, and currently the deck most probably is draining towards not towards the common wall between the two properties, but to the other side, because it's a semi-detached, and there is a space from the rear yard and the side yard. And we will make sure to add these notes on the permitted drawings to make sure that there will be no water going towards the neighboring side. And also the same thing for the demising wall, the common wall between the two properties, because we are not changing anything from the neighbor side. We are just raising the height from the wall. We are keeping the same existing wall, same footprint. So it's only raising the wall, which is to the favor of the neighbor, because it's not going to be against the neighbor, on the opposite. And we make sure all the water will be drained towards the our property and through the other side of the property. And we'll add this note as well.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions, or do we have a motion? Yes, Yim?
Oh, yes, I'd just like to ask Carl, did you suggest the privacy screen to reduce to 1.5 and opaque?
I think the applicant was attempting to be as cooperative as possible. I don't think that the screen needs to be higher than that. I think 1.5 is reasonable. That's what we normally ask. If you make it higher, then the space that's being enclosed becomes somewhat claustrophobic. So I'm personally just suggesting that the screen that's shown me 1.5.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with you. Although this is sort of reduce the size of the existing deck. Actually, they just pull back, and it's that's quite a large setback, and I'm not too concerned either way. But I would just ask your opinion on it. So when I look at it, the technical, I mean, the rest is a minor, and I'm ready to move for approval with the privacy screen on the roof deck, reduce to 1.5 with opaque screening. And I don't think, by the way, I just like to add the notes that when they apply for permit, they cannot show that the water will be drained on the other people's property anyway. They will have to comply with all the building code requirements.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Carl, you second the motion?
I am, but could I suggest that the wording of the screening be that a 1.5 permanent opaque screen be provided on the northeast and west sides of the deck?
Sure, yes, yes.
Okay, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you. Number 18, 36 Hillcrest Drive. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by rebuilding the existing rear one-story addition, including a partial second-story addition. A new rear ground floor deck will also be constructed. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and 6 form letters in support. Mr. Hatch?
Stuart, I have unmuted you on our end, so you should be able to speak. Maybe you can try to unmute yourself on your device.
Good afternoon. This is Stuart speaking.
Yeah, what's your address, sir?
6 Bishop Street.
Okay, I don't think, Mr. Hatch, we need a presentation. This is very straightforward. Do you have anything to say before we take it into committee?
No.
Okay, thank you. Panel, do you have any questions, comments, or a motion? Carl? Larry, I mean.
Chair, I think this one is probably the most minor variance that we are going to hear today. So I'm happy to propose that we approve this application with no conditions.
All right, we have a seconder. Carl, all in favor? Have your approval, sir. Thank you. Number 19, 111 Maplewood Avenue. Purpose of this application is to legalize and maintain the one-story detached ancillary building garage in the rear yard. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant. Mr. Giacomini?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yeah.
can.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair and committee members. My name is Egidio Giacomini. I'm at 42 Industrial Street, number 131, Toronto. I represent the owners, Ms. Nielsen and Mr. Bravim at 111 Maplewood Avenue in Toronto.
Okay, I don't
My
think,
client built a frame garage without the benefit of a permit.
I don't think, sir,
There
that
was
we,
an existing frame garage in place, and it was demolished and rebuilt on the same sonotubes. So essentially, it has the same footprint as the old garage. This is according to the owner. The rear yard landscaping requirements is 50%, and we're asking 43 to maintain a minimum driveway and access to the garage. And it's going to be slightly more green than the original driveway. The side yard requirement is 0.3, and we're asking for 0.28, which is a few centimeters. At number 109, which is the adjacent neighbor to the east, their side yard setback for their existing shed that exceeds 10 square meters is 0.18. Both the adjacent neighbors were consulted at 109 and 113 Maplewood, and that's according to the owner.
all right, so Mr. Giacomini, thank you very much. Does anyone on the panel have any questions? No questions? Do we have a motion? Yes, Yim?
Yeah, Larry, I think this is also a very straightforward application with the last one. I have no problem with it, and then it's already built, and there's no opposition, no staff report. I'm ready to move for approval, no conditions.
All right, seconder? Aaron, thank you. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Number 20, 997 Dufferin Street. Purpose of the application to alter the existing three-story detached dwelling containing 3 dwelling units as per building permit number 21119752 BLD 00SR by adding 2 additional secondary suites for a total of 5 dwelling units. This detached dwelling is currently under construction. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant and 2 form letters in support. Mr. Brander?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Adam Brander. My address is 49 Bolton Avenue in Toronto, and I'm the agent and the architect for the proposal at 997 Dufferin Street.
Yeah, so Mr. Brander, I don't think we need a presentation. Do you have anything to say before we take it into committee?
No, just that the support material gives the high level of support for the application, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Panel, do you have any questions? Carl?
Mr. Brander, I just to understand it, what is currently on the second floor? The description that we have is that you're going to add 2 new units on the second floor, but what's currently there? Because that's 2 units, and then the 3 that exist, I gathered, were on the first floor, the main floor, or the basement, the first floor, and I'm just confused as to how what you've got now is versus what you're going to have. And the other question I have, I just wanted to clarify, it doesn't look as though there's any change to the built form. Am I correct?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. Your second question first. There's no change to the exterior of the built form relating to the variances. And in response to the first question, through you, Mr. Chair, the existing second and third floor is a contiguous unit. So it's about 174 square meter unit currently.
Okay, so then the top floor will be 1. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, Aaron?
Just one very quick question. I see a notice, an order to comply. So did the owner receive this and then hire you to reconfigure the space and come to our committee? Is that the sequence of events?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no. This was, if we look at support material sheet 3, we just included the clarification there that there was an order back in April, and and it was resolved on April 28th. So that was to do with the existing construction, which the permit number was referenced there in the description.
Okay, I got that now, thank you.
Do we have a motion? Carl?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any difficulty with this application. I think it's very straightforward, and I'd like to move approval without condition.
All right, do we have a seconder? Larry, seconded. All in favor? Have your approval, sir. Thank you. That completes the morning list. It is now 1:39. So we take an hour for lunch? Or less?
That's great.
I'm sorry, is it the afternoon is not, it's not the same panel, right?
No,
Yes.
we're all day. Originally it said, I know, originally we were supposed to be a morning or an afternoon panel
That
only.
is a big problem for me. I did not know that. And then I haven't read the afternoon
Well,
material.
Oh. But,
I didn't know that, no.
oh, you
I
didn't read,
received
you didn't read
anything.
anything after 2 o'clock?
It was very misleading. We were booked as the morning hearing, and I wrote to the committee, whatever the person is that we talked to, and asked for clarification, because I thought as well we were only doing the morning meeting. It's considered a two-panel meeting, but we've got a full day agenda, and so yes, we're on for 19 more items, yeah.
Yeah, and so,
Oh, okay, so I'm really worried because I did double check my schedule, triple check it, and then no one, I think it's a good thing that you actually asked the question, but I was just too busy to even communicate with the city. I don't think I can sit for that. If I haven't got any material, I mean background material, it's unfair to the applicants.
okay, so Yim, we can excuse you because without you, we still have a quorum.
But how did Larry and Aaron so smart to find out that?
Well, so I had the same question as Carl. I actually emailed Nancy. And Nancy confirmed for me that there were 2 panels and each was a full day. So I clued in when I got the materials list and there were 39 or 40 applications, so I assumed that we were on full day.
Did you copy me on it?
I thought someone just forgot to tell me. That was why.
Well, they forgot
Don
to
usually
tell.
forgets to tell me.
Yeah,
I'm on the opposite. I just assume every day is full day, so I didn't even bother to verify.
But they forgot to tell all of us because I got this, assumed it was a full day, and then I looked in my diary and I saw I was scheduled for half a day. But then Carl wrote Nancy or Billy and confirmed that it was for a full day. So here we are, we're coming back at 2, but Jim, you can be excused.
Yes, I can take a holiday.
We're coming back at 2 p.m., did you say?
Well, no, come back in 1 hour.
1 hour, okay.
Chair, can I just make a friendly suggestion? Maybe can we come back at 2:15?
Okay. Is that
I'm
all
okay
right?
with that, yeah.
Is that all right?
Yep.
We will get on track for the afternoon.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, see you later.
All right.
Goodbye.
Okay, thanks.